who'd never wanna see me hurt. But I was fooled by all your vows and words. No longer. We built a house when we were 21. Now I know I never felt like home. Who can predict the future when they're young? Ooh, I wonder. You call and keep on asking, is it too late for us? The answer I keep giving, isn't it obvious? Our love has turned to nothing. But before I go, you should know, should know. You owe me years and years of happy times. You owe me tears and tears, 'cause I'm all out. Yeah, you were the worst kind of pain, but you were the pain that I needed to change. So I owe you two, yeah, yeah. I tried my best to fit in with your crew. Got close with all your friends, but never you. You shut me out and gave me attitude. No longer. You call and keep on asking, is it too late for us? The answer I keep giving, isn't it obvious? Our love has turned to nothing. But before I go, you should know, should know. You owe me years and years of happy times. You owe me tears and tears, 'cause I'm all out. Yeah, you were the worst kind of pain, but you were the pain that I needed to change. So I owe you two, yeah, two. It's true, yeah, what they say. The honeymoon is just a phase. I found out in the worst of ways, but you were the best of my mistakes. You owe me years and years of happy times. You owe me tears and tears, 'cause I'm all out. Yeah, you were the worst kind of pain, but you were the pain that I needed to change. So I owe you two, yeah, yeah.
The following program is for adult audiences only.
I wanna do it all with you by my side. If you're in, meet me here tonight. Be brave and come along. I'll be your ride. Promise we don't need no brake lights. We can travel the world, so just say yes. Choose to do whatever comes next. This or that, getting drunk on whiskey on a Tuesday night, or drinking red wine by an open fire, make love or fight. This or that, this or that. Evenings on the train or catch a morning flight, enjoying dinner until midnight, or bed by night. This or I wanna see it all. Find the northern lights, see the stars in the open wild, catch a glimpse of Panama. We don't need a map. I'll let you know when we've arrived. Yeah.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapor's part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. Make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything will know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are on the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Smoke-free world. Hello, and welcome everyone. So wonderful to be back with all of you on another Tuesday.
I wish he wouldn't do
Mixing
that.
and chilling. Oh, I'm yelling into the microphone and Kenny's ears are getting blasted into oblivion.
No, it was there. I was like in the middle of like just having a nice little, you know, poof before we started, like, poof, we're live. Shit.
Folks, Kenny and I got on. He was actually on today at a half hour before we were starting to stream, had the connection going, and everything looked really fantastic. And I was in the middle of actually reinstalling the graphics driver because I got sick and tired of all the bleepy bloops we had last time we were live. And so long story short, we're sitting here chatting away, and it's like, we need to go live. We were watching the video and stuff, and he was just telling me that he had his own family member pass away. It's just, I don't understand how they can focus on the youth that aren't going to die if they pick up vaping and totally ignore all of us adults that need these products to not smoke.
It's a bit of a reality check, you know, when you know a person or a family member or you're close to a person who dies through a smoke-related illness or whatever, you know, it just hits home. You realize.
I guarantee every single one of us out there and every single one of you that watch this program know other smokers out there. You know, the smoking rate in this country is down to around 10%. Globally, you know, it's a little bit more than that because there's countries where, you know, they banned tobacco harm reduction before it ever got a foothold in the country. India is the perfect example.
Yeah.
But it's with a heavy heart that, you know, we're here and we live day to day wondering which one of our friends is next.
Well, it is. It's a sad reality, isn't it? You know, it's you just don't know what's around the corner. Life's too short. Really don't know what's going on.
Bev was the same age as Kenny.
Yep.
And it was just 2 months ago, you know. She's not even a really close friend of mine. She's just one of those type of shining personalities where you walk into the room and she's so friendly and so accommodating. And it's just like, you could go months, you could go 6 months without seeing the woman, and you walk in and it's just like you just finished off a conversation you had yesterday.
Yeah, brilliant people.
She's just one of those shining personalities that always lights up a room. She's gone.
Just, you know,
cancer,
you know,
once again.
It's a bad habit, and it's you know, it's a killer. It's a silent killer, and people don't realize.
Yep. And the thing about cancer is it builds up in your body, and then you don't realize that you even have cancer until all of a sudden you start having symptoms of it. And usually by the time that you do have the symptoms of it, well, I hate to tell you, but it's too late to actually get rid of it.
But that's the case.
Especially at our age.
You know, but by the time it gets diagnosed anyway, it's too far gone. You know, I mean, I've known people being diagnosed and they were already stage 4. So, you know, they were...
The way my father died,
yeah,
it was already stage 4 by the time they found it, and they still wanted to do chemo and radiation on him. Why?
Exactly, yeah.
Because the healthcare industrial complex needs to get its money, needs to milk you dry. You know that you spend half of your healthcare expenses in the last 6 months of your life?
I think they also tend to try and use you as a guinea pig as well, you know, because they know you're terminally ill, they know you're probably very unlikely to survive, so they say, oh, well, we'll try this, we'll try that, we'll try that. They're not, you know, it's not going to, you know what I mean? It's, when you think of it, the treatment for it has never changed for decades and decades. It's still the same. Physio, radiotherapy, it's never changed. And you wonder, with all the, you know, the technological and medical advances that are constantly popping up, you know, how they can, you know, suddenly find something that maybe to cure this, or something to give you, you know, a few years more life when you've got this disease or that disease.
Oh, well, if you've got money, that's not a problem.
Right.
They have targeted DNA treatments that they can do for cancer nowadays, but it costs you like $220,000 a treatment.
That's what I'm saying. It's crazy, honestly.
Mrs. Hunky Vape is in Florida, and she's still attended the live stream. She's laying on a beach. My daughter has a competition going on in Florida. There's Mrs. Hunky Vape. She sent me that this morning. After they got to the beach. Waves crashing.
Wow. Life is such, yeah. Life is such.
Yeah, my daughter's cheer team got into the national competitions, which is going on in Florida. So my ex-wife invited my current wife to go down with my daughter to this competition. I said, go.
Is that not awkward? The ex-wife inviting the current wife.
when you co-parent kids nowadays, the modern nuclear family isn't what it used to be. And it's taken some time to get used to this, but that's the reality of it. If you want to focus on what's in the best interest of your child, you have to let bygones be bygones.
Oh,
and
I get that.
You have to accommodate and accept the fact that there are other people raising your child. It's not exclusively your, control.
I guess I see where you're coming from, but it doesn't always work over here. They kind of use the child as a weapon against each other over here. So.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do. And you know who suffers for it? The kids suffer for it.
Yeah.
And here we go. Mallory Gates has a wonderful point up here. The reality check is simple. Vaping did more to help people quit smoking in the last 20 years than all NRTs combined in the last 40 years.
Yeah, that's true.
And if you want to know who's the consequences of failed regulatory policies and failed tobacco control policies that want to victimize the smoker, that picture right there tells it all.
Too right, yeah. It's a sad reality, it is.
Congratulations, tobacco-free kids. You don't have to worry about her vaping. But you know what? You do have to worry about her not having a grandmother anymore.
Exactly.
and for her parents not to have a parent anymore.
I mean, while we're on the subject, I think there's something happened in Australia recently. I don't know if you're aware of it. I think.
Oh my God! Yes, of course I'm aware of it, and of course we're going to talk about it today. Holy
absolute
shit!
Terror, isn't there? I think he's put all these I can't remember who he's called, but he's put all these things in to try and combat the black market. He's just opened the door and hide the welcome mat out for the black market.
Oh my goodness! I am not going to play this video of the interview with Mark Butler because I'm sick and tired of this copyright infringement crap imposed on us by corporate media, even though we're allowed to have fair use to comment on situations. But, you know, YouTube's too lazy to actually look at a video to see if somebody's actually, like, you know, commenting on it or using fair use appropriately. So let me give you the rundown of what Mr. Mark Butler decides to lie his ass off on Australian news interviews.
Well, Bogan's just posted a video about an hour ago regarding it, and I think Alex, the other Australian guy, he posted a video the day about it. So it's pretty.
Steve, Legion Vape.
Steve. Sorry, Steve.
I watched that last night.
Video, and then Stevie looks absolutely. Oh, he just looks totally down off it. He absolutely looks horrified by poor Steve. So. It's bad.
Well,
shit.
let's talk about why he's so distraught over this whole situation, okay? And how let's face the facts that Mark Butler literally is like a politician going on national television and reframing the picture to get people to, you know, feel like he's trying to compromise between, you know, tobacco control and tobacco harm reduction and, you know, the smokers that are. How did he put it? Let me see. Oh yeah, I have it here. Let's start from the beginning before I just jump into quoting what he says, okay? He said that we need to have a concerted, comprehensive action by all levels of government because the public health menace of smoking is particularly impacting younger Australians. And by smoking, he means vaping. Is particularly impacting younger Australians. What a load of fucking horse shit.
It is. It's bollocks. Isn't it?
Demonetized. Oh, and guess what? This video is not monetized. Anyway. Nothing like firing up a good advocate when you have a friend of this person who just recently passed away. And here we have a politician out there throwing more garbage out into the static void because most misinformed or ill-informed people out there are just going to take it hook, line, and sinker as the gospel truth. He went on TV and said that there's a deliberate strategy by Big Tobacco to create a new generation of nicotine addicts. Oh, yeah? How about Big Coffee? Anybody stopping Big Coffee from having a whole new generation of caffeine addicts?
I think, like Steve was saying, he was trying to curb the black market with these new rules, regs, wherever he's coming in. But like I say,
it was their freaking policies in the first place that caused the huge black market.
So he's going to make it even worse now. It's going to grow more than anything else now.
He says that we can't stand by and let that happen. We can't stand by and let a whole new generation of nicotine addicts come because Big Tobacco has this deep, dark-rooted secret strategy to get everybody addicted to it. Let me tell you, Big Tobacco sells no products, vaping products in Australia. None.
Nope, not at all. It's all cigarettes.
It's all a lie. It's bullshit. The government in Australia simply can't stand by and admit that, you know what, this whole situation is their damn fault in the first place. They're the ones that created the black market when they decided, oh, we're going to need to enforce this prescription model for nicotine. So, you know, you can go to every street corner and every petrol station or dairy and pick up a pack of durries, a pack of fags, a pack of cigarettes, whatever the hell you want to call them, because according to Mark Butler, this is a deep ingrained, multi-generational cigarettes are, embedded into the fabric of society in Australia. So we can't touch those. We'll put some more taxes on it because, $50, $75 a pack isn't high enough to create a black market in tobacco, in cigarettes. So we're going to tax it even more. And now
they're taxing even more, and black market the black market are rubbing their hands. You know what I mean? Saying, "Oh, you're going to pay like $20 for a pack of cigarettes. Come with me. I can get you a pack for $9." Ooh, it's fucking.
That's exactly what's going on. They're literally shipping containers full of black market cigarettes coming from other countries that are not taxed, never will be taxed. Last time I checked, cocaine has been illegal, and it's never taxed either because, well, if it's illegal, nobody's going to collect taxes on it because in order to collect the taxes and pay them, well, you'd have to admit that you're selling an illegal product. What moron is going to believe this idiot? We'll just beef up border checks. Oh, because that's worked so well for everything else that you've prohibited in the entire history of humanity. Well, and here's the solution, because we do recognize that, tobacco harm reduction is a real thing, and we got to, cater to our pharmaceutical lobbyists. And, well, the importation is now going to be only allowed by pharmacies, and the products are now going to have to meet pharmaceutical styling in their packaging, and they're only going to be available with the doctor's prescription. But on a good note, because we realized that, when we instituted this last requirement for nicotine prescriptions, there was only like 7 doctors in the whole country that were able to give you that prescription. So now we're going to let all the doctors write a prescription for you to go buy vape if you smoke. But you got to quit. You only get 1 script. Have a nice day. If that's not good enough for you to stay off of cigarettes the rest of your life, too bad. You have to go back to smoking. So we can collect your taxes on $75 a pack of cigarettes.
Wow.
The fucking moron believes this is actually going to work. Sorry for my cussing, folks, but this really fires the shit out of me.
It's absolute bollocks. It's absolute bullshit. And people, and I tell you what, if anybody believes that, they must be so gullible. That's all I can say. You'd be able to tell them that the world's flat, and they'll believe you if they take that in. Honest to God, absolute nuts. The thing is, with the black market, not only is it not regulated, untaxed, but you don't know what the fuck's in that shit that they're bringing in either, because they're going to make it stretch.
Nope, because if there's no accountability, because you know that your products are going straight to the black market, well, then you could literally create a backroom factory to create all this stuff. Fortunately, with an open tank system and DIY e-liquids, they're readily accessible ingredients that are used for a numerous multitude of other things. So you can't stop people from DIYing, but you can stop them from getting access to the nicotine. So now they have to go to the pharmacy to get the nicotine. That'll be the next thing. You're not going to be allowed to have base nicotine to make your own e-liquids.
Well, of course, that's what they're trying to stomp out, isn't it?
So they can tax it. So congratulations, all you Aussies out there. No more colored e-liquids. No colors on the boxes or the packaging. Strictly black and white, pharmaceutical grade items. Oh, by the way, no flavors. No bubble gum. No gummy bears. No Noosa Blue Raspberry. Sorry, no custards, no cakes, no donuts, none of that stuff. You're only going to be allowed to have simple flavors.
Tobacco and menthol.
As part of your smoking cessation prescription model imposed on you by your wonderful government. And the pharmaceutical industry, who basically wrangled the government to say, we'll sell it for you, don't worry. No kids will ever get it from the pharmacy. They have to go to the doctor and get a prescription. And then we'll issue them one. And if it doesn't work, sorry, go back to smoking. Have a nice day. We'll see you when you're in here for your COPD, your heart disease, your high blood pressure, your stroke, your emphysema, and who knows how many other health issues. Because, you know, the doctors are already bitching about not getting enough reimbursement from the Medicare system in Australia. We need to keep them busy so that they can do it by assembly line, you know? Bring the patients in, you get 3 minutes max with the doctor, 5 minutes max in the room, because we only collect $20 from the government to reimburse us for the time we spend with you. So it's a numbers game.
Yeah. It should just be like revolving doors, gone to your local GP, won't it? Next.
Yeah, in order for that doctor's office to make $400 an hour, they got to crank through 20 patients an hour.
Exactly.
That's simple math. And if we kind of screw up, well, you'll be dead, so who cares?
Let's have like a protocol list. Do you smoke? Yes, you're going to die. Next. Wow.
Here, try the patches.
Just wow.
Try the gum. Oh, by the way, you could go buy nicotine sprays and patches on the bottom shelf in the aisle right there. They got cherry and spearmint, all kinds of flavors for you to spray on your tongue. We know it's not going to work, but go do that first.
Yeah. Go on, rock and roll.
Because the longer you fail in trying to quit smoking, well, the more taxes we collect. Who gives a shit about, you know, whether you live or die?
That's crazy.
Doesn't matter. Scientific evidence has already proven that this is 2 to 20 times more successful at people quitting smoking than any NRT product out there.
The thing I can't understand about it, I mean, it's not like where you are, where, you know, you've got like, you know, your states who are tied up in the MSA and stuff. They've got nothing like that over there. This is just their government being totally uneducated and ignorant to trying to, you know, stamp out vaping. That, you know, it's for no apparent reason. Why? I just can't understand why they can't just promote it and tax the vaping. Fuck it, you're still getting taxes. You know what I mean?
Well, if you want to know the truth on why the situation is the way it is, I honestly feel I've been sold a false bill of goods. You know, we were just having a conversation about, you know, because Kenny was asking me a computer question. He's like, you're pretty good on computers, are you? I'm like, yeah, I got 3 master's degrees, but what's the point? When I started my educational endeavors, okay, community college, and the whole way through all of my academic career, it was drilled into my head how we now live in a global society where everything is dependent upon global influences. It isn't just your local situation or your country's situation. Everything's based upon a global marketplace now, right? Which actually is exactly what big corporations have always wanted. Because when you do it as a corporation, well, then you're going to find the cheapest place to make whatever product you want. Then you're going to sell it over the rest of the world with the highest markup you can possibly get in every single country around the globe.
Yeah. Capitalism is its finest.
Yeah. And despite what most people think, America is not an exclusively capitalist country. It has always been a regulated capitalism.
Oh, but the UK, it's one of the biggest financial markets on the planet. And there's no, can you tell me there's no capitalism here? Mm-hmm. Right, or
China. You said, you know, everybody thinks, oh, China is just, it's a communist state and the state owns everything and the state controls everything. There's capitalism that goes on there too. There's a thing called international trade. These companies' success for the country to get its taxes, which is the same as you and I have, and Kenny has to pay taxes.
Look what happened with the COVID pandemic. China were buying everything. They were just buying up everything that was on gun. So, you know, they took full advantage of that.
And for the warehouses and the factories that had an abundance of stuff, they freely sent it out to whatever country needed these supplies. There is no pure capitalism. There is no pure communism. The whole world is a mishmash blend of all of it. And the only ones that are truly making money in the whole process is corporate America, which is now Corporate World Health Organization.
Yeah. It's just everybody's got their thumb in the same pie, really, isn't they? They're just dipping in and getting what they can while they can.
Yeah, and here in Australia, the pharmaceutical industry got their pies that they asked for from the government to give them exclusive sales of tobacco harm reduction products. It's not a substitute product that we're going to put alongside all the Duries across the country that are for sale at astronomical prices nobody's willing to pay or could afford to pay. Could you imagine having to pay $50 a pack of cigarettes?
Wow.
How long would you be able to keep affording that in today's economy?
You wouldn't do it. You'd go straight to black market. Exactly. What they've done. They've opened it up even more now. They've opened the door and hoisted the welcome mat out. You know, the welcome mat, the red carpet, all there, straight down the black market.
So on one hand, we've got the UK that has literally instituted a swap to stop program that is literally going to encourage smokers to just try this. Here's a starter kit. And here's a bottle of liquid. Here, just try this. And we'll give you counseling to teach you how to use the device, to teach you how to cope with your cravings of, it isn't the nicotine. It's the lack of antidepressants that we're not feeding into your system through the combustion of tainted tobacco.
I mean, we even had a scheme here where we're actually giving vape products to prisons, for prisoners, getting them into vapes. We're trying all ways.
I've covered that in the news multiple times.
Yeah.
A lot of the studies that are out there, not just the prisons, but also the homeless population.
Yeah.
The homeless population depends on disposable devices like this, because where's a homeless person going to charge their device?
Exactly.
More common sense.
And the
but
thing
that's
is,
the truth.
The homeless, their smoking habits are worse because they're picking cigarette ends off the floor that somebody's already smoked, and they're smoking them afterwards. So it's even worse again.
And if you take an actual open-minded scientific perspective on the whole scenario, there's a reason why the homeless population want to smoke. Their life sucks. They need a coping mechanism to deal with their daily challenges of not knowing where they're going to get their next meal or the next time that they're going to get a warm night.
It's normally it's normally like the smoking or obviously alcoholism as well. They're drunk, they numb the pain, they forget things for a while. You know what I mean?
And if you don't believe that the reason why these people smoke is because of stress, then take a look at the rest of the statistics and you'll come to find out that, guess what? Lorry drivers, aka truck drivers, have a very high smoking rate because it's a very stressful job to sit in that damn thing 8, 10, 12, 16 hours a day, driving from one place to the other to deliver all these things, all these goods. And guess who else?
Yeah,
lawyers.
Pressure's on, yeah.
Lawyers have a very high smoking rate for the same reason. Maybe these people are smoking because it's a coping mechanism for their shitty life.
Possibly. Probably is.
Maybe it isn't the nicotine. I'm sure that nicotine, helps because it does have calming effects to it. But it's not the only thing that gives you the calming effect in there. The MAOIs that are inside tobacco smoke is literally an antidepressant that you dose yourself with whenever you feel like you need it. And you don't get that in a vape. All you get is the nicotine because they've brainwashed the whole world into believing that nicotine is the devil. And the solution is very low nicotine cigarettes. You're allowed to have a modified risk tobacco product authorization from the FDA for selling 95% less nicotine in your cigarettes. You get 100% of the cancer and the COPD and the heart disease and all the other disastrous things in there. But you can't have any nicotine because that's why you're addicted.
it's good. Duh.
And then you wonder why there's such a miserable failure rate for people trying to quit smoking.
It's honestly, it's mind-boggling. The solutions are simple, but they're just making it so complicated and so hard for people who want to live a healthier lifestyle.
That's exactly what it boils down to. I just saw somebody posted something the other day that says, walk into any grocery store with $1 and your goal is to buy the most calories with that dollar. What are you going to be able to buy if you go in that store? If you go and you buy yourself healthy fruits and vegetables, well, you might walk out of there with 250, 300 calories worth of food. Forget about the fact that it's nutritionally dense food that is healthy for you to eat and your body craves and your cellular metabolism craves these micronutrients. If you are on limited means and you only have $1 at the grocery store and your goal is to get enough calories to survive the day, well, guess what? You're going to go buy yourself a soda because soda has been subsidized in the form of corn syrup since I was a kid. And the price of a cola has gone up, maybe 3%, 5% max. Try and buy yourself something healthy to drink. Bottle of water, just a simple bottle of water. Guess what? I used to buy cases, 24 packs of water at Walmart for $3, right? Well, now you only get a 12 pack and it's now $4 for a 12 pack.
Wow. Whoa.
For filtered water, because you can't trust the municipal water system to actually provide you with clean water. It doesn't have some type of contaminants in it.
Well, tap water's full of chemicals in it, you know what I mean? Chlorine and all that crap.
Yeah, because the sewage treatment plant and the plant that actually processes the water for you to be able to drink it from your faucet, well, you know, they get rid of all the nasty parasites and all the bacteria because they chlorinate it really heavily. And they put fluoride in it because it's supposed to be good for your teeth. Forget about the fact that, you know, if all you drink is tap water, you will actually cause damage to your teeth from the fluoride. But we're not going to tell you that part of it because then it's got to make a living too.
Yeah, exactly. Lord Nelson there.
Well, here we have Australia. Double down on failed policies.
I think they're just kind of just winging their way through the minute because they're not acting on scientific facts. They're not, you know, they're just kind of where, what should we do this week? I don't know what we'll do this with Vape. We'll do that. They just don't. There's no plan or kind of, you know, whatever to deal with it. They're just rolling on, saying, I don't know what. There'll be some pen pusher sitting there going, what can I come up with today? Ha! Vaping. Let's do this. Let's do that. They're just winging it. They're not even looking at any science. They're not even doing any research. They're just getting fed bullshit and thinking, well, we'll just spew the bullshit out as well. It's crazy, man. Who are the people that are advising these politicians? Because they've all got advisors. They've all got people running around doing bullshit. And you've got these advisors saying to the politician, you do this, and they do it. And it's fucking, I don't know.
The for-profit corporations are the ones that are pushing these politicians. Here in the United States, you know, you could be a Democrat or you could be a Republican. And guess what? Both of the people that are running opposing sides are both bought out by different corporations.
Got to be.
Corporate interests rule the world. And that all changed because of a Supreme Court ruling that was put out there that said money is free speech. So corporations can pour money into politicians, into PACs, political action committees, to get you to think about one thing and totally ignore the obvious.
You know, the lobbyists and stuff like that. Because I mean, like I say, I've been over here. I mean, there's been a few political parties that have like been chucked into the limelight because of donations, you know, for their blinging campaign trails and things like that. So, you know, everybody's.
I got a perfect solution, but it'll never be implemented in the United States. Very, very simple. Okay, we can't undo what the Supreme Court has already decided on, right? So here's my solution, and it's very simple. Number one, term limits for every single office ever created, ever held by anybody, period. And the idiots out there say, oh, well, you have term limits. They're called elections. Well, elections don't mean shit if both of the candidates that run against each other are both bought out. Your voice and my voice and our needs are nowhere near the politician's mind when he's signing these bills, which leads me to my second point on how to fix the problems in this country. You have to force the politicians to actually read the bills that they vote on. And to make it even better, I would require whoever writes these stupid laws to create a test. And you have to ask one question for every fucking page of legislation. So when you get these astronomical, ridiculous budget regulations that are passed at the end of the year that are 6,000 pages long, well, maybe we'll actually get politicians to vote the right way and vote their conscience instead of who gets them reelected if they actually had to find out how many people they were screwing over when they passed these laws. And maybe we wouldn't get 6,000 pages of legislation if these politicians actually had to read the whole damn thing and then pass a test on what is actually on the bill that they're going to vote on. No vote until you pass the test.
I've noticed that there is a lot of bill writing over in your part of the world. Well, we'll write a bill for this, we'll write a bill for that, and then it's like, what?
And the bill's name has nothing to do with how many people get screwed over inside that bill. It is complete distraction for what the actual purpose of that legislation is. So at the end of the year, when they have to create a budget for the next year and they create this new 6,000 page budget, well, guess what? They better get started in June, because in order for the politicians to actually vote on it in January, if it's going to be 6,000 pages long, they're going to have to answer a 6,000 question test, and every single one of these politicians need to get it right before they're allowed to vote. Problem solved. You want simple laws, common sense laws to fix the situation instead of make it more complicated because some corporation wants to make an extra $250 billion on screwing over 500,000 people? That's how you do it.
Yeah.
But it'll never happen.
I see. I think we've just had news over here about the power of the BPs, your Essos and Shells, the billions they're making in the first quarter of the year. You know what I mean? I think BP's made nearly $3 billion or something in 3 months profit, and it's all bullshit, isn't it, man? Crazy bullshit.
My apologies. I don't mean to ignore chat out there. Sean Lynch, I did see you asking how I'm doing. Okay. Obviously, I'm on fire. I had a friend of mine, just a casual friend that I used to meet when I did service calls for a local business, pass away. And she's the same age Kenny is. So I'm a little fired up right now at all the bullshit that we're dealing with. Australia just passed the most ridiculous thing in the world as part of their budget, beefing up borders and making all vape stores a thing of the past. Sorry for your loss, businesses that you tried to save smokers' lives. You're now out of business because all that money that you were collecting is not going to be collected by the pharmaceutical companies and the pharmacies in the country.
It's bad shit going on over there. Bad shit.
Doubling down on failed policies is not going to get rid of the black market. It's not going to protect any teenager. As a matter of fact, it's going to make more harm to the country because now everybody's going to be blind shit on the black market. It's going to grow even faster and even bigger because they don't want to accept the fact that prohibition is never going to fucking work, no matter where you are in the world. It only makes the situation worse.
I mean, like I say, even if, say for a pack of cigarettes, even higher taxes, like you say, it's not going to stop a smoker smoking because, like you said, there's somebody selling them cheaper on the black market. It's the old supply and demand routine, isn't it? They'll go and buy cheaper cigarettes. It's as simple as that. It's the same with anything. It could be cigarettes, could be a car, it could be a bike, whatever. If you can get it cheaper, you're going to buy it. It's just logic. It's the way we think. You know what I mean? And that black market.
I completely agree with Dusty Country Road. If tobacco flavors were the only option available whenever I picked up vaping, I don't care how good the vaping device is, I would still be smoking.
Yeah, definitely.
Because once you quit smoking and you actually start tasting what tobacco tastes like, you want your cigarette back because it tastes better than tobacco flavored e-liquid. Now there are people out there that's what they want and that's what they enjoy. Because technically tobacco e-liquid has nothing to do with tobacco. Has no tobacco in it whatsoever. Not even in the flavoring.
By somebody, even though it's tobacco, it's not like it's got a flavor in it. You know, it's not 100% like what we see. This was my perception when I quit. Somebody says to me, like, try some tobacco e-liquid in an MTL, and the tobacco. I went, well, no. Why would I want to vape tobacco if I'm giving up tobacco? That was my logic with it, you know.
For me, the MTL would have never worked. That's the reason why my Atlantis kit didn't work the first time I tried. That's why I had to get the Bigfoot Murder kit, because I needed direct to lung vaping. I was a heavy smoker my entire life that I was smoked.
Don't get us wrong. I mean, the MTL, I failed miserably on it. It was the DTL, the direct to lung, that got me off them. I mean, mouth to lung was just...
And it was candy cane flavor that got me to stop smoking, because I wanted to enjoy that candy cane flavor every day.
You mean this? Candy cane?
We get Mark Butler off the screen, the lying piece of shit. Well, I believe that you're trying to do good. Sucking up to these politicians is never going to fucking work. I'm sick and tired of them framing the narrative and framing, our conversations with them. And he says that, cigarettes are a deep roots, ingrained part of society. That's why we can't touch it. And that's why we're locking up nicotine in vapes in the pharmacy. But we're still going to let, deadly cigarettes sail everywhere, because we know that there's members of our society that are deeply ingrained culturally into the tobacco combustion death march. Mark Butler, you gotta shoot yourself in the freaking head. Do us all a favor and find somebody out there that might actually give two shits and actually look at the science and come to realize that prohibition is never going to work, has never worked in history. Heroin, LSD, cocaine, marijuana.
Still
there's another one.
Yeah.
Readily available for everywhere, even though it's been banned and it's illegal in all these countries. MDMA, all that stuff. The economics of the drug war are going to drive its sales, whether you make it legal or not.
Exactly.
And take your deep roots in the community bullshit about cigarettes and throw them in a fucking trash bin. Round file them. Because that's where they belong. I'm not saying you need to ban cigarettes, because there's going to be a percentage of the population that's going to smoke no matter what. But what you need to do is realize you're going to catch more bees with honey than you do with vinegar.
Definitely. I like that saying. That's good saying that.
It's common sense. Always boils down to common sense.
It's just another mind-boggling hurdle that you've got to face, isn't it?
Yep. And if you haven't seen Steve's plea to Mark Butler, here's the link to the video. It's in the...
Yeah, that's the video I was talking about. Like I say, Bogan's just posted one about an hour ago. I haven't watched that yet, so maybe check him out as well.
I haven't either. And YouTube doesn't make it easy for you to see whether somebody actually posted something as, community share, or
I've
whether
literally
it's
just seen it. I've literally just seen it pop up
copyrighted.
on the home screen. It just came up on my YouTube home screen. I haven't had a notification now. That's another thing. There's YouTube doing all that shit with the vapors on this fucking house. So I think our days are numbered on here, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah, and not just here, all social media platforms, because they're all controlled by the corporations, all buddying each other's pockets, taking care of each other and helping each other out. I just saw somebody that was just getting their start into the whole vaping sphere thing. And, well, his posts on TikTok are now banned for violating their community standards. You can have people smoking marijuana on TikTok, but sorry, you're not allowed to have somebody showing what, tobacco harm reduction looks like in action. Sorry for your loss.
Ah, man, it's just something.
Join the rest of the businesses that we just decided to ignore and throw in the trash heap.
Yeah, like I say, Australia's lots of small businesses are going under and all that with it. So they put a lot of people out of work as well.
All the vape shops. Sorry about the fact you just signed another 12-month lease and we just implemented these policies on you, which, by the way, require you to follow a standard that hasn't been established yet. It'll be published next Tuesday, maybe, if we get around to it.
Yeah, we'll get time. We'll do it for you. Yeah.
So they're doing the same thing that the FDA did with their PMTA process. We'll have a process. We'll evaluate your stuff and we'll authorize the ones that are deemed safe for people. Listen here, moron. Every single one of these products is safer than lighting tobacco on fire and breathing that shit in. The fuck is wrong with you?
It's crazy, man. Honestly, it is. It's so frustrating. It's something that such a simple solution, yet it's so frustrating. The hurdles you've got to jump over to do it. It's fucking nuts, man. Honestly, absolutely nuts. My heart goes out to all of these countries that are getting this bullshit, and in a sense, I feel lucky that we're here in the UK, because it seems like we're the only country on this fucking planet that's got any fucking sense.
You're the only country on the entire fucking planet I can get on Amazon and order a fucking vape. You don't even need to do it. If you were a smoker and I knew you, or you were a relative or something, I could literally go to amazon.co.uk and I can order you a vape and send it right to your freaking house.
Wow.
I could send you one every single week until you get the hint. Hey, try this to quit smoking. Because I guarantee you're going to love it 10 times more than you ever loved a cigarette in your entire life.
Fucking right, I would. Wow. Wow. Whatever next, Whatever next.
I'll tell you what we need next. We need a flavor explosion.
Yeah.
Because I need some alcohol in my system to calm my ass down before I continue to cuss like a damn sailor, which I was, by the way.
Well,
and have this video taken down midstream.
You've got to have a rant now.
Because I'm passionately advocating for intelligence over stupidity.
You've got to have a rant now and then. I used to be famous for that once upon a time, having rants.
I've seen some of your ranty videos. They were probably one of the best ones you uploaded. Because you spoke from your heart, and people can see that when they watch these things. The biggest comment I've ever had on my introductory video is that people stated that that is the most down-to-earth presentation of what the situation is. And it's just simple logic. It's common sense.
Plus, it's just being honest at the end of the day. That's it. You're being honest. You're not fucking trying to gloss it over with anything. It's just an honest opinion and whatever.
And guess what? All of us honest ex-smokers, 82 million of us, every single day, running into smokers and running into the public out there that tries to stigmatize us like we're still smoking. Eventually, all these people will realize the truth, because you can't buy my silence. You can't buy my opinion. When this thing saved my life, I'll go to the grave advocating for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And nobody will ever be able to stop me. I don't care how hard they try.
You've got the goods to keep going, mate. And that's the way it is.
Yep, except we need flavors. We can't be like Australia and simply have plain junky flavors. Because I'll show you exactly what it's like when you only have one flavor, a simple flavor. But we need a flavor explosion. I need some alcohol in my system before we get to any of that.
Roll it.
mind and get ready for the drop.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even talk. I'm so fired up right now. If anybody needed a drink, it's me. So, with the theme that we had going last week, my wife decided to bring me home Angry Orchard hard cider in rosé form. And because I knew I was going to be fired up today, I got a two-fister day. Because we're going to talk about some Simply Orange today. So to drink, I got a Simply Spiked Signature Peach. Real fruit juice combined with alcohol to calm my ass down. And my UK friend has.
Well, judging off the other week when you went up market, shall we say, with the old wine, I thought I would follow suit. It's not quite the poshest wine. It's not quite the poshest wine, but I embodied and some Italian Merlot.
Oh!
As you can see, I've already started.
Hey, you got started early. What the hell is this?
but you know,
no wonder you're so calm when we're sitting here talking about Australia. You've already had half a bottle of wine.
but bear with me, right? While I go into detail, it is a Merlot Vino Varietal from Italia. It's 12% volume for the bottle. But you know what? I thought, well, I've also got a backup, which is another one from the same company, and this one is a SHIRAZ. Again.
Ooh, what's a SHIRAZ like? I've never had a SHIRAZ.
Oh, it's purple shades and with an intense scent and fruity. So it's very fruity, while the Merlot is, as you may know, is bursting with raspberries and blackberries. So that's the Merlot, which is nice. But this one is purple shades with an intense scent and fruity. So I think I've had it once before. Again, same kind, 12% volume by bottle. And yeah, nice drop of red wine. So, and I'm quite partial to the odd glass of red wine. As you can see, I'm putting beetroot red off it. So,
listen, I could use some high alcohol by volume content today, but this is a 3-hour stream normally, and we've gone 4 and 5 hours before. So I wanted to, mellow it out and blend it in over the course of the entire stream. So this is 5.5% alcohol by volume.
But funny you should mention it, because obviously, all the folks that were wondering, Alex was ill last week, so he couldn't proceed with the show. But I'd actually bought some cider for that week as well.
And couldn't hold on to it till this week. Had to down it last week.
No. But I'll get it for next week. I've no order.
My wife was driving me nuts because she bought this thing. I've been talking about this for about a week now, 2 weeks before she actually bought it. So it was like 2 weeks ago. And I said, man, that looks really good. I'd like to try that. It's nice, simple, because I don't want things too sweet and I don't want things too frou-frou. And so she was at the store and she's like, guess what I found? I found a case of assorted, simply spiked beverages. And this is the healthier alcohol option because it has 5% fruit juice in addition to the 5% of alcohol by volume.
Well, I'm sorry, but a vodka and orange might have 5% fucking fruit juice.
I don't have the orange to go with it. I'll just go straight to the vodka.
I was waiting for that. Why was I waiting for that?
So, it's time for the actual. This isn't a twist talk. That's what impressed me the most about this.
Well, you see, I'm refined. Hang on, I've got to stick the pinky out.
You be the posh one today.
Yeah, the pinky's coming out, yeah.
Holy crap, is it like a wine? Like a sparkling rosé.
Yeah, Yeah, it looks nice.
But it's apple cider. It's a sparkling apple cider.
Well, I'm sorry I haven't got me bucket to spit this out, so I'm just going to drink it.
No spitting it out.
Why do these wine tasters do that? Why do they take a neck of wine, go gargle it, and go spit it out? Get it down you.
Listen, you're under the same global economic crisis that I'm under. Damn electric bill's double what it was last month. I remember when my electric bill was less than $100 a month. Got on the average payment plan when it hit 125.
Yeah, well, this is budget. You know how much I paid for both of them?
Huh?
£7. 7 English quid for 2 bottles. I know they're not the
How the
poshest
hell
brand,
do you
but there you
get
go.
2 bottles of wine for £7? Even if I translated that and paid a translation fee, monetary translation fee from the banks to get their cut, there's no way I could afford 2 bottles of wine for $15.
What can I say?
Bathtub grape
Our
juice.
local
more than that.
corner shop. Our local corner shop, shall we say? No, it's not black market before you start.
The politicians have been screwing society over for so long they decided to subsidize alcohol to keep us content.
Yeah. But when you think about it, our politicians, every budget, right? They've hardly ever put alcohol up because they're all necking it now, aren't they? So when you think about it, put cigarettes.
That's the same reason here in the country. Every time you see a new tobacco tax, it always excludes cigars. Because all these posh politicians are sitting there smoking their stogies in their recliner, in their men's club.
Yeah. Okay, the big Cuban cigars, you know what I mean? All that shit, we know. Anyway, while we're on the just subject of things, I dug out it's an oldish device today. There you go. Guess what RTA do you think that is?
I don't know.
Have a guess.
That's a sexy little beast.
That is by QP Designs. So there's a clue.
No. Really?
Yeah.
I've wanted to get some of their stuff, but it's so damn expensive. The cheapest one I saw was like $65.
This is the Juggernaut. This is the QP Design Juggernaut.
I heard that was pretty good.
You can see the name there, Juggernaut on the top. But it is absolute quality. I actually forgot I had this. It was sitting upstairs, like on the shelf. Now I was going through some of my stuff and I thought, I've got this. I mean, I've got that other one, the what the hell is it called? It's got the Violator, that black one I showed you the other week, the big tall one. That was a QP. That was a QP, but I actually forgot I had the Juggernaut, and obviously it's sitting on top of the G-Class V2 as well. Very posh. This one.
That's why I said you got a sexy little beast set up there.
Very posh setup, this, like, and I forgot how good this is because it's a top airflow as well. It's absolutely tremendous, but yeah, loving it. Absolutely.
Yeah, QP is one of those companies out there that puts out a really good quality product for a good price. And generally speaking, from what I've seen and heard, it's worth the money for it.
I think they're like the Canadian version of Steam Crate. They're up like kind of that kind of mark, you know what I mean? And the stuff is, I've had one bad tank of them. That was the M25 when they had that Delrum.
I was going to buy one. I was on the verge of splurging the money to go and buy one until I saw somebody post on there that they can't get the thing apart. The tolerances are so tight on the thing that it literally, they put it in a vise, they put it in a freezer, they heated it up, they couldn't get the part.
Yeah, the thread tolerance was very tight on them. Mine actually did seize me bottom one. I couldn't get it apart, but they had the Delrum air insert, and that does eventually melt. You know what I mean? It's and they don't give you a spare in the kit. You just get the one. So therefore, when they changed it over to, I think it's included in this one as well, Instead of the Durham, they've got these metal slides that you slide in now for your airflow.
Like Steam Crave does.
Yeah, and it's made a hell of a difference. But that was the only drawback. The tank, when it vaped, it was a fantastic vape. But then Delrin airflow things are just nah. I think they fucked up on that, and then they realised. But they did listen. That's the beauty of it. There was a company that do listen to the feedback, because everybody complained about it. And then next thing you know, you've just got these nice stainless steel airflow slides you just put in, and there you go. But yeah,
This thing is magnificent. It's so nice and crisp and tart. What a perfect summer drink. It's just a little too sweet for my taste. But you know what?
like
Paired up with
cider.
this gingerbread,
Cider in the summer's nice. It's nice, refreshing drink in the summer. Cider. Kind of beat it.
what a perfect combination. I would have never thought gingerbread and apple cider.
We're all cider drinkers here in the UK. We like your drop of cider, we do.
Bringing your pirate out of you, matey.
Aye, it is, me lad. But I'm retired today. I'm on the wine.
You English nobleman, you.
God, love it. I do like a drop of red now and then. I must confess.
So here's the update. I got the OXBAR G8000 puff. There's a problem with it.
Oh.
It's 8,000 puffs. How the hell am I going to ever complete this video, because I can never finish one off? My wife's been using it for 2 weeks straight. And obviously, you know, she still prefers her Max Pod over it, because 5% nick on this is so much that even she, unless she needs to do a real quick, you know, recharge, you know, vape break at work, she'd rather use her Max Pod that only has a 20 or a 30 solution in it.
The 8,000 puffs, that would never happen here. That's illegal.
8,000 puffs. Yeah, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. They want to bitch about, you know, disposables or environmental trash and hazards. Well, guess what? If you took your 2 mil capacity limit and you upped it to 16, which this is what's in here, you would eliminate 7 out of 8 disposable products on the ground instantly, just like that. Done.
I do think that's a matter of time. I do think they'll trash that when they do get down and sorted out. I think, because that's one of the big things we've been pushing for over here is this 2 ml bullshit. I've got a sneaky feeling that'll go the journey. And I hope it does. I really do.
Richard Kidd, hello and welcome to the stream.
I know we've ignored chat. Howie, let's have a look at chat. See who's in chat, eh? I've seen a couple of new faces there, and I'm just, you know, I'm thinking, ooh, we've ignored everybody. I think it was a Lord who?
There it is. It's just a little slow today, the combined chat. I'm like, where's Richard? I saw his thing come up on stream. He was scrolled across, but it didn't come up on our combined chat window.
Got lovely Palm Springs, got Mallory.
You missed all the excitement. I got all fired up. I had a friend of mine pass away from cancer because she was a lifelong smoker. I tried to talk to her, and this is the reason why I put that in the slide. My apologies to the family, because she didn't use very low nicotine cigarettes, but she was the kind of person that wholeheartedly believed that the government's looking out for her. Okay? And when the US FDA literally wiped out, decimated 99.9% of all vaping products by just giving them a blanket denial, she says, oh, well, maybe I'm better off smoking cigarettes, because, well, if the FDA is not going to authorize any of these things, that must mean that it's actually worse for you than smoking, so I'm going to keep on smoking. And she did. And then got cancer and died a month later.
It's not good.
So I'm a little pissed off today.
But looking in chat, this is a new face I haven't seen. Louise N. The Wrestle Story. I hope I haven't fucked your name up there. We have Lord Nelson. Oh, Lord Nelson. Oh, I hope you're enjoying a tipper of the old red, Lord Nelson. Yeah, there's a couple of new faces there. Well, thank you very much for joining us. You're all very welcome. William Dobson is in the house. Ian Thomas is in the house. Yep. Oh, you see what I mean by Ian Thomas? Have you seen where no, I haven't got any, but I'm going to read now. Ian Thomas. No,
Put it up on the screen.
Penny, this is a sophisticated stream. I think it's a bit further up. I have to dig it out. Where is he? He always corrects us, you know. He's brilliant, Ian Thomas. Where's your blah 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 blah? Hang on. Well, I can't find the bloody thing on here.
What? YouTube found another way to screw up their whole platform? YouTube no longer has the creator's most recent videos in order. Wow. I thought they totally pooch screwed the whole system when they got rid of the ability to sort it.
That's crazy. I tell you, man, what day is the number? There you go. That was the one I was looking for. It's sophisticated. It's Merlot, not Merlot. It's Merlot.
Mellow.
Merlot. Right. Noted, Ian. Noted. I love that guy. He's brilliant.
Listen, my high emotional IQ typically has me trying to relate with people in their natural cultural habitats. That's why I'm pretty fluent and, you know, versed in the way that certain things are called different things in different countries. But today I'm just a Yank, sitting here drinking my Angry Orchard, even appropriately named for my mood today.
There is nothing wrong with that, buddy. Nothing wrong with that.
And my anti-Australian e-liquid flavors one shot gingerbread perfectly pairs with this apple cider.
Yeah.
Although I kind of screwed this tank. I'm going to have to rewick it after the show. Because I was sitting here bouncing back and forth between gingerbread, which I had left on my desk repeatedly during the past week, and the squeezed banana that's downstairs that was in my wife's purse, but she wasn't using it. So I put it on my nightstand end table there at the sofa, and that's what I've been filling it up with. So I'm alternating back and forth. And the combination's a coil killer, let me tell you. I just rewicked this thing last week.
The answer to that, Ian, is no. It's a straightforward answer. It's a bit above my budget, buddy, at the moment. At this moment in time, and plus, I've just gone back to work again full time, so I don't even think I will get the time off. But maybe one day. I think, judging by what everybody was posting off last year's, I wasn't too keen anyway, because I think there was a lot of disposables.
All disposables.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of hardware. So I'll keep me in the ground, but one day. But it won't be this year, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I was planning on going to the one here in Pennsylvania. They have one out east. It's a vape expo, but it obviously has alternative products there, otherwise known as cannabis. And I really planned on going to it just to go to a vape expo since I've never experienced that. But it's just like, do I really want to have to drive 6 hours to get to this expo and then take the chance of only finding one or two actual vaping products like you and I call them, and the rest of it simply be disposables and cannabis or CBD or Delta 9 or whatever the hell, you know, they're pushing out on the market.
I think over here in the UK, like, it's more of like a social gathering, you know, where all the big reviewers kind of go down and they're all just sit there together and get pissed, basically, you know what I mean?
Well, I would love to, but I'm sure there isn't going to be any other reviewers there. None of the big name reviewers are going to go to that.
You know, the hotels alone, you know, they know the next pause is on, so the hotel prices will, you know, shoot up, and then. You know,
speaking of hotels, you know, I don't need to go to the Vape Expo to get cannabis.
Oh, God.
My wife went to, Florida, and look what she found in her hotel end table.
Wow.
A jar of buds, a lighter, and the paraphernalia to smoke it.
Hallelujah.
Right in the end table of her hotel room. As soon as she checked in. And she said to my ex-wife, she's like, look what I found in the end table. How come you didn't say nothing? You've been smelling it too, haven't you? She's like, I thought it was just you. I thought you smelled like cannabis all the time.
Charming.
She's like,
Oh,
I appreciate you trying to be polite, but damn, you got to call a spade when one's this potent.
Wow.
So they literally walked downstairs to the lobby and talked to the manager on duty and said, listen, we found this in our end table as soon as we checked in. Yeah, it's fantastic. We didn't know you guys supplied cannabis with every, room you have.
What is that hotel? I'm going to make a mental note of that.
Down in Florida. So they were like, listen, we'll comp you your room for the week and, you'll get your points back and the whole 9 yards. We totally apologize. That should have been picked up by the cleaning crew or something. Yeah, Dusty Country Road's got it right. Jackpot.
Right, man. Hello. Yeah, William Dobbs say somebody's saying that Bogan's going to be there. The UK one. He's got a new release with Dovepour coming out. Grim Green.
That's fantastic.
Bogan will be there.
I really do want to attend a Vape Expo, but it's like, it's got to be right. I mean,
maybe one day. I mean, I'm hitty missy with it. I mean,
and I was seriously considering doing the drive, because it is only a 6-hour trip, but I just got the damn latest electric bill, and it's literally double what it normally is. $300 for 1 month. I'm like, what the?
That's a joke.
What is even on in this house? All the lights have been converted to LED. We've got Alexa on, and a lot of the lights and stuff is on a timing system where it's like, when we get up in the morning, they'll come on as part of the alarm, and then they're automatically shut off so that they're not left on all day.
It's nuts, man. Honestly, the thing is, the energy prices are actually starting to drop, and yet they're still charging ridiculous amounts of money. It's crazy, man. Another fine example of capitalism, my friend.
And listen, the way as goofy as the weather has been, you can't tell me that the wind vanes haven't made a crap ton of electricity lately. The wind turbines.
Nah.
As crazy as the weather has been, 80 degrees during the day and 32 at night.
So I'm saying we're talking about like possible water shortages in the summer, and you're like, hang on, it's been peeing down with rain for the last month. How the hell will there be water shortages? There you are, scattered clouds, rain. Unbelievable, man.
Yeah, 6 today feels like 2.
You haven't done that for a while, the weather. You're bugging
Yeah.
Well,
like I told him, I pulled the trigger on the shotgun today. 30 minutes before the live stream, I realized this video driver is ridiculous. So I uninstalled it and reverted to last month's driver, and there's no glitchiness on our thing, and my OBS is happy.
Look at that. Oh, God, I should have screenshot that. I've just had a notification of NVIDIA with a new game driver. What the fuck? It's literally just popped up.
I use the studio driver.
Oh, just popped up. I've got the game driver, I think. I'm sure that's the one I've been using.
I debated on whether to use
up.
the game driver or the thing, but I'm like, listen, right now, most important for me is DaVinci Resolve to edit the videos, and then OBS is happy with the same creator drivers.
What do you think? What do you think of the new 18.5 of that? That's fucking phenomenal, isn't it?
I like it, but I'm hesitant because there have been bugs issued in DaVinci Resolve updates as well. There was a period of 6 months I couldn't use my keyboard because it wouldn't connect. And there was some weird thing you had to do to uninstall it from Windows, uninstall it from DaVinci Resolve, load DaVinci Resolve, close DaVinci Resolve, reboot your computer, make sure it's not in Windows because Windows likes to keep things even though you disable them or remove them. And once you made sure that it was gone and you open up DaVinci Resolve without it, close it, reboot the computer again, and then as soon as it reboots, you Bluetooth connect it to Windows, then you open the app up and it'll connect it. But I went 6 months without being able to use it because they did an update and it broke the connection.
That's weird. I've tried the new feature where it does the text to video, and it's really good. And then obviously the other one where you can actually generate the script and you can actually edit using the script. It's fucking amazing, man. It's clever stuff. Like how far they're gonna put. The only thing I think is that I'm not too happy with DaVinci Resolve is I think they're pushing it to more advanced computers as well. Because I've noticed as my upgrades have gone on, my graphics card's starting to struggle a little bit with it now when it comes to like.
I debated for the longest time, should I upgrade from the 2060 to the 3060 or wait for the 4060? And I'm like, listen, number one, I don't know when the 4060 is going to come out. It's supposed to be in April or May. But number two, if I just incrementally update now, I'll at least be able to keep up with what I'm currently able to do.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm quite happy.
There's the odd little time when I do get a little bit of lagginess, but generally up to now it's still running pretty sweet. Like, it's brilliant.
See, I normally don't use the color page. When I was putting together this video at the beginning of the program, and for those of you that just joined us late, go back to the very beginning of this video and watch the first 3 minutes of it. It's a dedication to Beverly Myers, who passed away last week. And that whole thing, you know, I went into the color page and there's one image that was just blown out. I'm like, if I go to the color page, I can make this look better at least, right? But man, it just all of a sudden got laggy when I was trying to play just that 1 3-second video clip. I'm like,
depends how much work you put into the video. Me now, I'm when I'm doing videos now, I use these guys, color checkers. Absolutely brilliant. They save a lot of hassle. You know what I mean?
Because my focus was on getting the colors right in OBS. So I'm following Joe Gilder's get it right at the source motto, but not for audio, but for video, is make sure that the color's right and impressive and contrasty enough when I record it so I don't have to mess with it. Now I'm finding when I do things with the camera outside of OBS, well, that's a whole different picture. I'm gonna have to do color grading.
Do you actually record through OBS? You don't actually record, put like footage off your camera. You
Nope.
go through OBS. I've got you. Right.
I set it up to do it through OBS just like I do here. Matter of fact, I didn't plug this in. I checked every connection today to make sure that everything was working, and this was one that I
that's the one.
didn't do because I'm quite happy looking at the actual chat instead of having to peek around it.
Yeah. But if I do a video, I go straight off the camera. I didn't record. I think the only time I do any OBS is if I'm doing screen recording. Like if I was doing, I don't know, like some software on the monitor, I would do a screen record then. But generally, everything comes straight off the camera.
As much time and money as I've spent to set up this whole studio and this desk the way it is, I'm quite happy with leaving the cameras where they're at and just using OBS and using the scenes in there.
Honestly, I'm not if it works, it works, you know. And
it also makes editing a lot quicker because most of it is already done, and you know, I just basically have to cut out the snippets I don't want in the video, and then I go through it after it's done, and I'll watch the video again and say, what can I cut out of there that won't affect the end knowledge of the person watching the video? And that's how I finally got my videos down to under 10 minutes. And I guess it's paid off on the last one I uploaded.
Yeah, you're probably more editing rather than color grading. Yeah, I'm with you there. I get what you mean.
So I focus on the editing parts, and I've really gotten past the point of, you know, just taking it straight in, because I can literally use DaVinci Resolve to zoom in and to get different angles and perspectives and stuff. That's the only thing I haven't implemented in OBS yet, is the ability to record multiple cameras. So I can have the finished thing that you guys see on the live stream, but I can also have individual cameras automatically recording in the background, up to 3 of them with the video card. If I want to have more, I got to put dual video cards in to do it.
Yeah, I've got you.
But
you see, boys and girls, the work this man puts into this channel is phenomenal, honestly.
Hunky health, but I haven't put anything up there, Dusty.
He's absolutely.
I'm working on the video. I'm not going to do like, a lot of people do, where you just do a daily upload just to upload, or a weekly upload just to upload. I'm literally going to be putting together an actual mini movie, basically, about my weight loss journey.
We have a lab works in the house. Welcome, lab worker. Worker? Yeah, works.
Hello and welcome. Appreciate having you here.
Hello. Thank you very much for dropping by. You've missed the best part, though.
Yeah, I went off on a freaking tangent and cussed to Australia, to the hellish grave they belong in. And finished off one drink, and now it's time to find out what Simply Spiked Signature Peach tastes like.
Interesting.
We'll see if what I've heard so far is true.
You do get some amazing stuff in your part of the world, like, I must admit, like.
It's not too sweet.
Wow.
I don't know if that's just coming from the apple cider gingerbread combination. The peach is definitely present, and it's a fresh peach, but it's more like a peach juice flavor. That's, I don't want to say watered down, because it's not watered down. I mean, the mouthfeel isn't like you would expect from a juice. It has the mouthfeel of a spiked alcoholic beverage, like the rosé.
Thing is, with
but
red
I think
wine,
I found a new favorite drink.
I think with the thing with the red wine, it's hard to find a pairing with this, because, like, well, obviously the stuff I'm doing at the moment is just nowhere near. It just doesn't go. Maybe that's fruit based.
It's not a very good combination with gingerbread, I'll tell you that.
I've got nothing at the moment that goes with red wine.
They're too similar on the palate. There's no separation between it. You can identify the peach, you can identify the gingerbread. They're both nice, strong flavors, but they're too close together. You need to have some kind of a contrast that complements each other. It's like colors of the color wheel. You can't have colors right next to each other. They don't look good, as if you space them out a little bit more.
Welcome, Late Night Vape Show. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it's a red. I don't know, red wine. I think it's just the acidity of a wine. It's just very hard to get something to match with it. But it is.
Well, I think it's time for me to grab the bottles of juice off of the table behind me, because I did mix up stuff for last week's show, even though we didn't have it. And they've been sitting here the whole time, which means that they're definitely ready for us to vape.
Speaking of that, what happened to you? Were you ill? What happened?
Yeah, I had something. I ate something that didn't agree with me, and I threw up in the middle of the night, and I had no voice for 2 days.
No voice? Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I could speak so that somebody could hear me, but it was like all raspy and hard, and I'm like, listen, I used to sing when I was in high school, and I know when your voice is like that, it's already strained and it's already damaged. You need to let it rest in order to get your voice back. So I'm like, you know what? I hate to do this, but
I bet Mrs. Hunky loved the peace and quiet, did she?
She did enjoy, having the day off. She kind of felt bad that I didn't do it, but it's like, you didn't know that the food was going to do that to me.
No, well, it is what it is.
So I'm going to reach on the table behind me and grab this juice. Mallory came up with a recipe, and we're going to cover it today.
Oh,
okay.
Very nice, Mallory.
Maybe I should do this now. Going back to Vape Advocacy, because let me tell you, folks, It isn't just these videos that I do to get advocacy. It isn't just Facebook and Twitter posts and comments like that. I literally am hounding my legislative representation in government to do the right thing because lives are at stake. So we'll jump back over before we jump into this recipe that Mallory did, the peach lemonade, which I'm hoping is going to perfectly blend with this signature peach.
It's peach, like.
Yeah, because the peach will overlap, and if it's the good juice, the lemonade will give you that separation in flavor, and the peach will accentuate the beverage. I had this all planned out for you guys. I'm telling you. I really look forward to this one.
There's a method in your madness, isn't there?
But before we jump to that, I'm going to go and get the thing off the table, and we'll go and jump over to the news so I can show you guys my letter to Congressman Reschenthaler, which, for those of you that have been keeping up with vaping news, knows he is part of the foundation for the Tobacco Harm Reduction Caucus in the United States, which is complementary or like the all-party parliamentary group for vaping in the UK. So, as soon as I heard news of this, I had to send him a letter to congratulate him, so that it isn't just bitchy letters that he actually has to hear from me about. So let's jump to that.
Makes a change.
And here's my little letter that I wrote to Congressman Reschenthaler.
Wow.
And I'm not going to read it the whole thing through you. I'm not going to subject you guys to it. I already went on a rant earlier today. But this is what I encourage all of you to go do, regardless of where you live in this country. There is people in federal government that represent you, and you need to let them know how pissed off you are about the changes that have taken place that directly affect you and your ability to not smoke cigarettes ever again. Leave out the part about the fact you can DIY your own shit because you're smart enough to learn the whole process of it because you don't believe in them. You don't have trust or faith in the government anymore. You got to take things into your own hands and make sure that you can take care and sustain yourself from now until the day that you meet the grave.
Would have beat your maker, as they say.
And you don't have to, it doesn't cost a postage stamp anymore. You just sit down, you go to their website, you click on the form, you load it up, and you just start typing. Tell them how you feel. It doesn't need to be a form letter. Matter of fact, a lot of these politicians will respond better if it's a personal letter to the congressman or the senator than when it's a form letter from CASA or some of these other things, because they just literally have the system lump that all together and go, oh, okay. You got 568 letters from CASA. Thanks. They all say the same damn thing. So when you change like part of that form letter, it gets lost in the system because the system captures it as a CASA email. So you taking 5 minutes out of your day to actually go and tell them how you feel has some chance of actually reaching them. Maybe.
It's just the little things that count, isn't it? You know, you might think you're not having any kind of effect, but you know, it is the little things, and you just keep chipping away.
And let's be honest, a lot of these congressional members and senators don't actually read their frickin' emails. They have some administrative assistant that, you know, just graduated high school last week, and they're now doing an internship so that, you know, they can look good on their college entrance exams and stuff. That they actually read it, and they're also ones that actually implement some of the wording in some of the legislation because they throw their 2 cents in.
See that? I mean, I've always said in the UK, you know, we did go down that political road. You know, we let the voters' feet, you know, do the talking, and it has kind of worked. You know what I mean? We've said, you know, if you don't, you know, let us do what vaping, we will not vote for you. Simple as that. And you know, they've listened.
Yeah, but fortunately, your representation is more immune to what's going on.
Your letter's gone all the way over there. There you go. There you go.
OBS just froze up on me. Oh no.
Everything's
this is horrible.
Running. Everything's still going. Everything's still going at the moment.
Well, hopefully it'll catch up. Anyway, if I got to restart it, I got to restart it. But If it's working, I'm just going to keep talking.
You have mail.
I see it sent to you, so it's working on your end. It's just not on my end.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, I wrote to Congressman Reschenthaler and I said, listen, I want to applaud your role in a tobacco harm reduction caucus. I have previously written to you when you represented my district on the state level, is what I was going to say, begging you not to apply restrictions to electronic cigarettes, aka vaping products. And I put in parentheses, the public health disaster, vape mail ban, and the nicotine tax. I am now an ex-smoker exclusively due to vaping, and it was the only thing which empowered me to quit combustion of tobacco. I smoked for decades and tried everything my doctor suggested without any success whatsoever. And then I tried vaping, and it works to stop smoking. I now use vaping to never smoke again. Tobacco harm reduction works, vaping saved lives. And I specifically wrote it this way so that if it was disinteresting to the person reading it, they at least got the gist of what I was telling them. And then I took the gamble and said, you know what? If I got their attention and they're actually interested in it, in trying to learn about this a little bit, let me inform them to all the things that this entails. And I stated, too many lives have been lost and cut short by tobacco combustion, which continues to wreak havoc on families and communities in southwestern Pennsylvania and throughout the country, which is actually a line from a speech that he did not too long ago. Figuring maybe if this guy actually clicks in his brain, he's on the, he's on the same page as me.
I can see you thinking behind it.
I said cigarette smoking is responsible for more than 480,000 deaths per year in the United States. That's almost one U.S. smoker death every minute of every day. Tobacco harm reduction acknowledges prohibition will never work to eliminate this crisis. And the only viable solution is to eliminate these needless deaths by supporting harm reduction and converting these smokers into vapors. And then I go on to saying, just three little quick fire bits of information. Brian King acknowledges that e-cigarettes are markedly less risk than combustible cigarettes. Public Health England says that the risk can be no more than 5% the risk of smoking. And Cancer Research UK says the risk from vaping is less than 0.5% the risk from smoking. And I said these facts must drive public health policy and the laws Congress passes to shape the future. And I went on to talk about the all-party parliamentary group on vaping. And I talked about, asking him to hold the FDA accountable for their decisions and the disastrous public health crisis that they created when they denied 99.9% of all PMTAs. And then I talked about how UK just announced this plan for swap to stop. And I talked about what that plan was and how it's going to give 1 million smokers a vape starter kit. And 1 in 5 of the smokers in UK will be encouraged to swap cigarettes for vaping. While here in the United States, the only FDA authorized products, which are essentially only 3 usable products, are made by Big Tobacco, and they all literally suck. Horrible by the modern standard. So then I finished this whole thing off by talking about how nicotine and caffeine are essentially the same thing, gave him sources, and I said, furthermore, nicotine has numerous beneficial effects, as covered by Discover Magazine's article, and I gave him the link to it. And I said on here that lives are at stake. Every minute U.S. policy does not change results in another smoker's needless death. Beverly Myers is the perfect example of that, passing away last week. So I say, you have your work cut out for you. And I want to applaud your leadership and hope the Tobacco Harm Reduction Caucus can steer U.S. policy back to scientifically proven reality. My life and 30.8 million adults need tobacco harm reduction to live longer, live healthier, and not smoke. Vaping is not smoking.
Yeah.
And I felt kind of proud when I sent this off to him, and I was waiting for his reply, because every time I've sent him a letter, they've at least replied back to whatever I told them. Well, here's the letter I got back. I received your comments and concerns and have passed them on to Congressman Reschenthaler. If you have any additional comments or concerns, please be sure to let us know. Thanks again for reaching out to our office. Please don't hesitate to continue contacting us by phone or on our website, or if you feel to email at any time. And I also encourage you to sign up for our email newsletter.
Wow.
What?
Holy shit.
Best D.M. D'Antonio, legislative correspondent for Congressman Guy Reschenthaler, PA 14th District. Blah, 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 blah. Thanks a lot, punk.
It's as per usual, mate. It's fell on deaf ears. But at the end of the day, you've got to keep chipping away. You've got to keep chipping away.
OBS is working, but it's not working here. So I guess I'm just going to truck on.
Well, you find my end, and I'm looking at the live stream, and the live stream is still running hunky-dory.
Go figure.
So everything seems okay from this end.
Yeah, except there's like one big block on my window that is just not working. And
holy shit. We've been doing so well as now without any glitches.
So I guess it's working.
I think OBS is in shock with your rant. It's like fucking sitting there thinking, fuck me, what happened there?
So Stream Deck isn't working.
Oh no. See, the live stream's still running.
There you are.
Oh, thank you for that. He's just dumped me in the limelight. Hello.
I
people.
boogered off so I could grab the things off of the table.
He's
And I'm just
buggered
going
off.
to
He's left me in the limelight.
ignore the fact that, my OBS does not show what the actual current scene is.
Well, it's still running. I think everybody in chat can vouch for that as well. We're still going. We are still going.
Fortunately, on our feed, the Video Ninja, I can see what they're supposed to see.
Yep. Just everything.
So as long as it works.
Everything at this moment is still grafting very well. So
As long as it works, I'm just going to keep on going here. Anyway.
Just keep going till it stops. Just keep going till it stops.
Drive it till it crashes. Who cares?
Yeah, that's right. Push it, man.
So be
Push
it. Well, fortunately, here's the recipe.
Peach lemonade.
Peach lemonade. Peach lemonade. I know exactly what the problem is.
Well done,
when I
Mallory.
reinstalled the video driver, I didn't reboot OBS. I left it running because it was there and it didn't seem like an issue. Anyway, so here's a lovely recipe I mixed up. This is back on April 10th that I mixed this up. It is a lovely peach lemonade, and it was published by Mallory Gates.
Well done, Mallory. Go, Mallory.
It smells good. Now I just need something to put this on.
Oh. Do you like a bit
what
like
am I
the
gonna
UK?
put this on?
Did you ever watch Blue Peter?
Negative. What's Blue Peter?
It was a
I do not
children's
remember.
show. It was a children's show here in the UK. I don't think it's running anymore, but it was going from 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It was a long running children's show.
We're talking Captain Kangaroo days.
Yep. And their motto was, here's one we made earlier. So that's hence the Blue Peters. Because
I'm not even putting this one on camera.
They used to make things, and then when you could see it was gone pear-shaped on the screen, or like if they were trying to glue something on and the thing they were gluing on was like rolling off because the glue was good crap, they go, well, here's one we made earlier. It was like a backup. It was classic. It was brilliant.
That's exactly what they do, like on the Today Show here in this country.
It was class.
You know, when they're sitting there creating this like steak dinner or something, or a steak barbecue, or a enchilada meal or something, they're doing it live in the plaza. They'll sit there and they'll walk you through the steps of it, and then move over to the next frying pan where it's conveniently already done and ready to go for them to assemble the burrito or taco or whatever steak, plate that they're creating.
Love it.
We don't have that kind of fancy budget here on Hunky Vape, so you kind of have to just deal with us doing stuff on the fly.
Well, you just do as you go. We just go as we go, babe. We just go as we go.
So,
wow.
Here you have it. Freshly wicked up.
My God. By the way, I've got splice, good old splice in this setup. And it's
that's a good.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Wow, that's really good, and it's really, really simple. Ooh. It's peach, and the lemonade is pronounced. I'm telling you what, Mallory, you found a good recipe here. New coil. 35 watts ain't going to be enough. And I might have to change these batteries before I actually go to use this. Ooh. Let me paint these wicks so that these notches aren't covered in cotton.
Wow, that's good.
So what are we ohming out here? 0.33. Let's go with 50 watts.
I'll just
Super
calculator. Got. What calculator? 0.33. Yep. You're about there. My wonderful calculator says a cool vape. You're looking at 39.3 watts. A nice middle of the range vape, you're looking at 46.4 watts. And a warm vape, you're looking at 53.5 watts.
Well, this is 50 watts on a mostly dead set of batteries. Now, I've already got this really tacky mouthfeel from this lovely beverage.
Lovely beverage being the word.
It does complement it, but because the peaches are not exactly the same, I can definitely taste that alcohol in the simply spiked signature peach. It does pair well with this liquid, though, because of that peach being in there. It kind of broadens the palate of the peach. And the lemonade, I think, is forefront.
Really?
Mallory says, when you when you have 53 flavors to work with, you learn how to bend the flavors to what you want them to be. Yep.
Point.
And the thing is, and that's the reason why when I do like things like the flavor explosion or I do the random recipe bumper, these are literally experiences and they are unique to each an individual person. So what Mallory tastes, when I have the exact same liquid, I may not get the exact same impression and experience as what Mallory gets when she vapes this. And same as anybody else out there. That's why you have to customize your recipes to what you want them to be, unless you really want to crank them way up like commercial e-liquid does, like a lot of these flavors recipes, like this gingerbread. That is a very tight gingerbread recipe, very true and accurate to the profile, but is also very potent on your tongue and can compete with anything. This is just a very simple and pleasant peach lemonade.
Flavors are very subjective. That's the bottom line of it. That, you know, the subjective of every user.
Yes, definitely. But the point that I'm trying to make here is you can have simple ingredients with 2 recipes. And I'm sure that if I would have tried this the day I mixed it up, it wouldn't taste as good as it does today. Because the reality that I've come to learn is you can't simply go by all the misnomers that everybody puts out there.
No.
Just because something is a fruit flavor doesn't mean it's a shake and vape. And if it is a shake and vape, you're probably cranking the percentage way too high for what you need to get a decent flavor. If you plan on making a bottle of liquid and leaving it sit on the shelf for 6 months and then come back to it, what you have on a shake and vape may be too strong or too weak. And it'll be different when you come back to it in 6 weeks or 6 days or 6 months. Perfect example, and the reason why I tell people all the time, you need to single flavor test your ingredients to learn what they are. And that is what we're going to get into today. Because I want to show you guys what I've been doing in the background, and I'm just using this one single flavor, and that's why the thumbnail for today is Hunky made orange juice, because that is literally what I have been working on. So if you look on here, these are all single flavor test ingredients. Okay. And I started off at 5%. I made a 5% with the flavors, orange flavor. And I made 5% of Capella's juicy orange. And I've switched what I've been doing. Instead of using 30 ml bottles, I am now making everything in little 15 ml bottles. And quite honestly, I could cut that back and only make 10 mils of each, but it gets really hard to be precise enough to be accurate to only do a 10 mil. By making 15 mils of this bottle, you have a little bit better tolerance for what the actual percentage is, because one drop can make a big difference sometimes, depending on what the tip of the bottle's like and all things considered. Yeah. So I started off with this. So I did a single flavor testing for juicy orange from Capella. And I've used this before in my blue raspberry cotton candy as an augment. I used strawberry for a while, and then I switched it up and I put orange in there instead. And as a compliment, it worked because there's just a back note to try and give you a little curiosity to the flavor, so it wasn't so uniform as just a blue raspberry cotton candy. But part of this testing is to write down what your experiences are and keep notes of it. So that's exactly what I started doing by adding comments to it. So my first comment was based on smell. How's this smell? And since I'm doing 2 different oranges, I'm going to compare and contrast them. So the smell of the juicy orange was a lighter smell than the flavors orange. And it's more of a citrus fragrance than it is a smell of an orange. And it definitely picked up a chemical scent to it when I puffed a little bit of the scent out of the bottle. And that's because of how concentrated it is. I said, otherwise, it's kind of weak smelling citrus, hinting of a small orange or perhaps even frozen orange juice concentrate, not a fresh orange smell. And then I go and actually mix it up. And I mixed both of them up. And then I come back and added more documentation about the experience. And the documentation is just for me to refresh myself so that when I get done doing this entire single flavor testing, I can get a comprehensive understanding of that flavor. And that's the reason why I start off at 5%. And if it's too strong, then I'll go lower on the next one. And then if it's still too strong, I'll keep going lower. Because like Wonder flavors, I don't start at 5%. I'll start at 1%. And I might go to 2 or I might go to a half. It all depends. But like Capella and the flavors and the TFA, I usually start at like 5% for those. But there's certain ones that, you know, you need to start at a lower percentage, like Flavor Art and Wonder Flavors and Flavora. Those ones typically I start off at like 1 or 2% for my first portion of the single flavor test. And you need to experience these flavors so that you understand how they are. And not just do it on one day. Do it one day at 1%, come back the next day, do it at the higher or lower percentage, and then compare the two of them. Because you want to learn how that flavor reacts inside of the liquid, inside of the solution. How long does it take for that to reach equilibrium in there so you can literally taste it for what it is, not for the concentrated flavoring that it is in the bottle? I don't understand how some people can sit there and just knuckle test and go, okay, I know that one. You can knuckle test it to remind yourself of what it was, but if you don't have the experience of single flavor testing it, you don't know what the capabilities of that flavor are and what makes it work and how much you need to do and how much is it for a single flavor recipe and how much is it for a, you know, additional ingredient in something else. And this takes a long time, especially when you got like 400 flavors like this. I've been working at this one consistently since I started doing this live show and keeping all my stuff in an Excel sheet. This is the first time I've documented on here.
Like I say, that documentation is not really to help you as for a reminder, but, you know, it helps other people who wish to test it to, you know, can compare notes, you know, like the same way.
Yeah, I can make it public and let other people review it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I could say, well, I'm getting this flavor. So it's like a base of information that you can use as a reference or compare with. So, you know,
and you should do the same thing when you create a recipe, even if it's just, you know, 2 or 3 ingredients you put together to try something. You know, document what your experience is of it. What is it lacking? What does it have? What did it not give you that you were trying to get when you made it?
I think that's what lacks with a lot of the recipes, like the documentation. You'll get a lot of them that say, oh, well, I've done, you know, this is the recipe, you know, and they'll say, oh, best steep time, whatever. But they'll not say, not like, you know, elaborate on it, you know what I mean? It's just a basic tip. That's what you get.
And this is what I plan on doing. I plan on taking this once I complete the single flavor testing of these ones and I start doing live streams. I'm actually going to take these documentations and put it on there as a review for that recipe flavor. And I'll put on there what I find to be the best percentage for a single flavor thing, because I'm looking at these oranges and I'm looking at it going, okay, if I took these and these are the only oranges I had, can I take these and make myself an orange crush flavored e-liquid? So I did a standard, you know, just a little bit of sweetener, 0.5%, just to give me a baseline to it. And then part of my testing is I would take and actually add sweetener to it until I get the sweetener to a percentage where I think it complements the thing, but it doesn't overpower it.
Yeah.
Because some of these sweeteners, especially, that's the other thing, I use super sweet for everything I do, just out of habit. I've got 4 different sweeteners I could use. So in order for me to truly understand this flavor, when I get done with it and I find my optimal percentage, I'm going to make the same recipe with the different sweeteners I have to see how the sweeteners influence that flavor profile. This is more than just, you know, it's not like making a meatloaf where you can just simply follow a recipe and, okay, you got a meatloaf.
Yeah.
This is the guy that originally designed that meatloaf recipe and goes, okay, I've got 1/2 teaspoon of salt and pepper because they need to be balanced and they need to be in the background and they accentuate all the other flavors. I've got 1 tablespoon of garlic powder and 1 tablespoon of onion because they're both accentuating flavors and complement it and give you that mouth watering sensation when you eat the meat. And it needs to season that meat. But we don't just put breadcrumbs in it. We don't just put ketchup on the top of the meat. We're going to take and put a 1/2 cup of ketchup in the meat because we want the meat to retain the juiciness, get some sweetness, and that beautiful flavor that just melts in your mouth when you chew the meatloaf.
Yeah,
we don't want just a hard hamburger patty that got tomato on the top.
Yeah, I'll get you.
And the only way you can develop a new recipe like that, a truly original recipe, an original idea, is either out of luck because you just threw a bunch of shit together one day and it happened to work out, or by understanding all the fundamental components that it takes to come up with a good recipe and understanding each of the ingredients and how they react with each other, what percentage you need to start off with them, and then you can become a flavor chemist like flavors.
I get where you're coming. It depends, like, how far you want to take it in a sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
I mean, like you say, you could just sit there and go, right, we'll have a Hunky Vape recipe for, fuck knows, vanilla fucking custards, because I'm a custard twat. And you can follow that recipe to the letter. And you'll be happy with it. I'm on phone bugger off. Hang on there. Do apologise. You can be happy with that, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, but, like I say, there's going further, like you say, there's understanding flavours. But I kind of guess, like, a lot of people would just follow a recipe unless you're a creator of recipes like yourself. That's when it gets, to me, a bit more deeper into it. You know what I'm saying? Like I say, you want to understand. You want to understand each flavour. You want to know how that flavour will affect that flavour, blah, blah. No, you want to get a bit deeper. But I think the general consensus, people just want to follow a recipe, right? Do it, and they'll say, well, it's shit or it's good. And
I've done that for how long? How many times have we sat here and mixed up random recipes and mixed up random recipes, and they're okay. They're quite honestly lackluster compared to like what Flavors throws out there.
And I do get
because he understands the flavors, so he can make up a really good one. I've always been an analytical mind.
Yeah, I do admire the fact that you're doing that thing, because with the amount of flavors you have, it must be a fucking time-consuming thing to do. You know what I mean? It must take forever.
It's like any other hobby. You spend an hour or two every day on it, and the cumulative total of all those hours are going to be your reward.
I mean, it's kudos to you for doing it, but I don't envy you for doing it, if you know what I mean. It's something that on heart.
You don't have to do it. If you don't want to get that far into it, that's perfectly fine. You can use your one shots, and you can always make a commercial tasting e-liquid and be completely content and happy with that. But I want to get into it more because I want to be able to not only create my own recipes that are satisfying and 100% satiate my desire for flavors, but my motivation for this, besides the analytical drive that I always have, so I got 3 computer degrees, is I want to be able to do it for my wife. I understand her flavor preference and what she typically tends to enjoy. I have no hope of ever making her something that she's going to truly love unless I know the ingredients that go into it. And I've seen so many mixers out there that they'll get their mind on, I need this as my all-day vape. I'm going for a Boston cream donut that I want to taste exactly like a Boston cream donut. I want the body, the mouthfeel, the true experience like I just bit into a freaking donut, except I want it through a hot vape. And they'll go and they'll come up and they'll come up with 100 different variations of this recipe, but they can never get it just right. And they'll all eventually get down to single flavor testing just the flavors that go into that recipe and comparing it and saying, what's TFA cheesecake compared to Capella cheesecake to Flavors cheesecake to, Mullenberry's custard premium. They all bring different things to the party, and they all react differently with other ingredients.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's probably the same with anything, whether you're cooking or whatever. Some people might not like salt on the food, but some people might like salt on the food. It's that kind of experimentation, and I think sometimes how can I put it? I think sometimes it feels like an insult to just do a recipe of whatever and think, oh shit, when you don't realize the background work they've done to do that, like you say, like single flavor tests and all that, because flavors are so fucking subjective. You're not going to please everybody, are you, at the end of the day? You know what I mean?
No, you need to worry about pleasing yourself. If you get to make somebody else's cheesecake and you want it to be more decadent or more of a graham cracker crust flavor that's in a back note instead of a forefront note that covers the whole, recipe, you need to understand what graham crackers you have available to mix from and which one's going to give you that background note instead of a forefront note. Which one's going to hold up to itself so that you get separation between the cheesecake and custard and the whipped cream and the actual back note of the cake or the tart.
That's kind of moving on to my next point. It's like, if you say a recipe of whoever, is that just like a base recipe for you to work from? Like what we do on here, you'll take a base recipe, you'll mix it and you're going, well, it could do a bit more of this, I could do a bit more. Is that what these recipes are? Basically, there's like a starting block for you to work on or to enjoy. You might enjoy it as it is. You might think, fuck, that's great. Or you might say, well, yeah, I would like a bit more of this, I'd like a bit more of that. But it's kind of a base for you to start from, basically,
Mm-hmm. And it's basically because I'm sick and tired of making average juices that are okay, that don't really like sparkle my fancy or tickle my fancy. They're just nice.
That's what I mean. It's something there for you to either enjoy or to work on. You can improve it to suit your taste, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an end all, so to speak. You see, like that's the recipe. That's what you must do. Like it or lump it. You can tweak it, twist it, play with it, whatever. Hence, that's the beauty of mixing it. I take it,
That's like if you want to make yourself a cannoli, okay? First off, the cream that goes into this is not a simple cream to make. You don't have anything in your recipe inventory that gives you this same cream filling flavor.
Yeah.
You're going to have to combine, like dairy milk with cheesecake with maybe a couple different cheesecakes, to be honest with you, to get just the creamy aspects of this. And then to get the crepe flavor with the powder sugar coating is another thing. And then to try and actually get some chocolate strong enough to hold up to this, to be able to be noticed in that vape. I mean, this may be the holy grail for some people. They bought themselves a cannoli commercial liquid and go, I want to make a really good DIY cannoli. You may spend the rest of your life trying to do this. And unless you understand the ingredients you have at your disposal, you might be missing one ingredient that makes your recipe work. And sometimes it does come down to, even when you do understand your flavors, that you need to try each combination of cheesecake that you have, just swapping the cheesecake out to see how it makes the recipe better or worse or more or less than what you want.
Definitely.
It's not easy to make something like this.
No, God, it doesn't look easy, tell you. It doesn't even look easy to fucking make it on that. No, make it a juice.
Right. Well, that's why you start off simple. You go single flavor testing. That's why I started with orange, because I know what an orange crush is. I like to have that as a special treat once in a while. It is sickeningly sweet and is over the top orange. Well, I have 2 oranges to pick from. And it isn't just having 2 oranges to pick from, because there are more things that make up orange than just orange. You have nectarines.
Tangerines, nectarines, yep, definitely. And maybe it's like
I
apple.
could see.
You'll have different variations of orange as well, I mean, you can get blood oranges, you can get normal oranges, you can get whatever, there's different variations of that fruit.
Exactly. And there are other fruits that also fall into that same category of flavors and that flavor combinations. You have nectarines and tangerines and blood oranges. They're all part of that same orange thing. And you may be going, I got to throw an orange into this to get an orange crush. I need an orange to get an orange crush. No. Maybe you need a little grapefruit, or maybe you need a little cranberry to make that orange taste like that sickeningly single flavor orange crush that you drink as a soda.
Let's see, Dusty Country Road there, just highlight that comment there. It's just basically said, you know, you can go through 40,008 recipes looking for the one you want, try them out, and found that only 110 of them that look like they've had some thought put into them. So, you know, and guess what?
And you might mix 70 of them before you come to the one that actually satisfies you. And it's something that you want to put into your little recipe booklet to go, I definitely want to make this again sometime in the future.
And like you said, not just slapped together.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I honestly think, you know, it is a science in itself, you know, making flavors and recipes. It's, you know, it's just like somebody sitting there in the lab and you know, and now, you know, it's kudos to people who can do that. You know, I'm just blown away by them.
Listen, Mallory Gates always gives away the fact that she's from Texas. Try some barbecue sauce on that meatloaf and stuff that meatloaf with mashed taters and a good melty cheese.
That sounds so good, though, doesn't it?
It does sound really good, but it sounds more like a shepherd pie than it does a meatloaf.
I don't care. It still sounds good.
Texans always love to throw some barbecue sauce on everything.
Oh, they love barbecue sauce.
I wouldn't be surprised to find out Mallory puts barbecue sauce on her eggs or her omelet.
No, that's a thought.
Listen, there are people out there that put ketchup on everything. Eggs, fruit, whatever. I could never do that.
Well, speaking of that, at this moment, I'm going through a phase of sweet chili on everything.
Wow.
Literally everything. I'm just hiding on
sweet chili.
Sweet chili. Oh, I've just got a fad about it at the minute. I've done a fried egg and bacon sandwich, right? Fried egg, fried bacon, and I put sweet chili on it. It was absolutely amazing.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, a lot of this DIY stuff that I've been doing here is translated over to foods. I'm not the one that cooks. My wife loves cooking, so she normally makes all the meals for us at the end of the day. But when she comes and goes, what do you think of this idea for dinner tonight, or this recipe for dinner tonight? My mind is open to so many possibilities that it was never open to before. And I contribute that to the fact that I've been doing a lot of this DIY stuff. So
it's kind of like a few weeks ago, like, I don't know, did you get a book on something about flavorings and how certain flavorings blend with each other? I think it's kind of like that kind of science behind it, you know? That's the one, yeah, the Flavor Bible.
Yep.
Well, that's a cracking starter. You know what I mean? It's a brilliant starter.
It
is.
That's the one. And just like, you know, a lot of the recipes that we go on here for e-liquid recipes and all the flavors, you don't have to mix up exactly what somebody puts into the recipe. You can use that as an inspiration to do your own take on that idea and your own take on that flavor. And the lovely thing about this is this book is a gold mine for ideas. You look at it and go, okay, I got blueberries. They use blueberries in this cheesecake. I like that idea, but I want mine to be a little different. So what do I put into it? What do I pair it up with? What complements blueberries? Would you be surprised to find out maple syrup?
Mm-hmm.
Because people put maple syrup with blueberry pancakes. But how about ginger or honey or cream cheese or cinnamon or peaches or nutmeg. These are things that are kind of outside of the ballpark, and you wouldn't have thought about going, I got that. I wonder what it would taste like if I put a little bit of that in there. How's that going to affect the flavor? Is it going to enhance it? Or is it going to confuse my brain to go, this isn't just blueberries, there's something else in here? And sometimes it's that curiosity that we seek more than just, I want to achieve a orange crush.
When you think about it, you know, flavors are kind of replicating flavors of our foods, our drinks, our favorite desserts. That is the name of the game. We are replicating flavors of the stuff that we eat, drink, whatever. That's the point. So starting with a food Bible type of thing, or a food flavoring type of thing of what goes, what doesn't, is a massive start to your mixing. So you've got a base knowledge of what will go with this and what will not go with this. And that's the aim of the game. At the end of the day, we are trying to replicate a flavor of our favorite whatever dessert, bakery, whatever. That's the aim of the game at the end of the day, isn't it? And
well, I think at the end of the day, it's more than that. It isn't just trying to replicate what we identify as that flavor. We're trying to replicate what the experience is of eating that flavor.
Yeah, well, that's that. Yeah, I get where you come from.
And the reason I try and keep pushing that whole experience thing into it is because there are certain things that you will do, like eating an actual Boston cream donut, you will never be able to truly replicate as a vape, because the Boston cream filling is cold on the donut. How are you going to get that experience in a vape? The best that you can achieve, and this is part about setting what your actual realistic goal is, the best you can achieve is to get those flavors to leave your mouth with the same experience you would have after you eat a donut.
Yeah. I get that. That's the general aim, you know, you're replicating whatever, or trying to replicate whatever.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I've gotten so anal about this actual single flavor testing. Like I go on, and this is my first comment that I put on when I smelled the flavors orange. Well, first off, it actually smells like a freshly peeled orange with the fragrance of the zest. When you peel that orange open and that zest is flying everywhere, and you get that zest oil on your skin and the juice oozing out of that orange, out of the ruptured pulp when you stuck your finger in to break that skin open.
Yeah.
That is the experience I got when I smelled that orange. And that is part of being a really good flavor. I didn't get that from the Capella Juicy Orange. I got a concentrated orange. And it had a chemical scent to it that doesn't exist in the liquid. I didn't get that with the flavors orange. And then you go on to the experience and you go, okay, let's mix this thing up. And then you smell the mix and then you knuckle test the mix. What is that experience like? And the orange scent is reminiscent and brought my brain back to the 70s when I was a little kid and my mom used to make me Tang drinks for to-go dinner. And it reminded me of that Tang crystal sugared flavor that you would, reach into the jar and with the wet finger and taste it.
Yeah. Bit of a childhood memory, yeah?
Yep. That's why I said it's about experiences. It's about having an emotional connection to the flavor. If you ever want to be able to create something truly magnificent that everybody would love, you need to be able to spark more than just a single identical flavor note. And that's where everybody's going to have a different experience. A lot of people don't know what Tang even is. They may relate it to something else. And there's certain things that, you're going to be able to create, like Australians, you have Vegemite. I don't know what a Vegemite is. Never had it.
I think it's a bit like, what's that stuff called? Marmite. Yeah, they love it or you hate it. Our English version, I think So the UK version's Marmite. It's so.
I don't think we have anything like that in the States. I've never experienced anything like that.
I think it's like. Have you ever had Bovril? Or do you know Bovril?
No.
It's like Oxo. Have you ever had an Oxo cube? A beef stock cube?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you like put that beef stock cube in water and have it as a savory drink.
Yeah. Well, I've not had it as a drink, but I've tasted it to see, you know, how strong the flavor is when I go to make something.
Well, some people actually have it as a drink. Like we were like a version of Bovril, which is basically an Oxo cube that you put in hot water and it's a nice savory drink. The Marmite and Vegemite is like a spread that you put on bread. It's like a version of that you put on bread, and it's a kind of like you love or hate it. You know, it's one of those love-hate relationships.
It's kind of like Nutella. It's a hazelnut spread.
Yeah, it's kind of like that, but more like a savory. You know, like a beef, like an Oxo beefy type thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's like a spread. And it's fucking disgusting. I do not like it.
But there are some people that love it.
Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship. I find it too salty. I think it's like literally putting a fucking slice of bread, put about 2 ounces of salt on, eat it. I find it very salty.
And I can gather that because you used a frame of reference of a bouillon cube to replicate, you know, your experience or your impression of it. That's what it boils itself down into, as the heart of that flavor.
That's kind of what it's like. It's kind of on that level. I mean, I could be wrong with the Vegemite. It might be a bit, you know, but we've got a similar thing here. But I don't mind drinking it. Bovril is a lovely drink. It's lovely. No, it's just like a winter drink. You know, it's nice, warm and drink in the winter. You know, a bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and it's beautiful. Same with Oxo cubes. You know, like a stock cube. You know, it's lovely. On bread as a paste. Oh, it's so good. Ooh, no. That's
it's very easy to take these things and make them into, you know, something, but people don't realize that if you're trying to make that into an actual like sun-kissed orange soda, you're going to have to crank the juice up, that orange flavor. You're going to have to put something in there to broaden the palate of that orange to make it sickeningly potent as an orange. Meanwhile, also cranking up the sweetness. And I've seen people talk about using neotame, which is 6,000 to 8,000 times sweeter than sugar, as a sweetener to get the same experience you would get out of drinking that soda. Because if you break down the ingredients on the side of that thing, it's citric acid and high fructose corn syrup and water. It's essentially what it boils down to.
That's not good for gout, you know, corn syrup.
No, it is not.
I've been educated today.
It's pretty bad when we know more about gout than our doctors do.
It's shite, isn't it?
Get yourself some black cherry juice. Actual black cherry juice, not this concentrated fake shit. If you get yourself a gout outbreak and drink yourself an 8-ounce glass of that in the morning and the evening, I guarantee your gout will be gone in 48 hours.
Wow.
Take your ibuprofen for the swelling and the pain relief.
Yeah, that's right.
But instead of having gout last me a week or 10 days or longer sometimes, when I see something coming on and my gout starts to flare up, my wife goes and stops at Whole Foods and brings home actual 100% black cherry juice.
Black cherry
gone
juice?
in 2 days.
Wow. Bear that one in mind.
I told the doctor that, and he's like, just take your pill. Take your pill. You don't want to hear about it.
Their pills are just anti-inflammatory, so that's all they are. That's basically, they're just to take the swelling down.
And they have pills that actually can reduce the uric acid levels in your body. But the problem is your body always tries to compensate for whatever pills you take. So if you have a pill that does this to you, Your body's going to make it go do this. You'll eventually get used to it, accommodated to it, and that can bring on a flare. That can bring on a gout attack.
You've hit the nail on the head there, because when I went to date and I said it was in both feet, that they reckon it's very unusual to have it in both feet at the same time. It's very unusual, and they were saying that, you know, they give us the immediate treatment, you know, the crappy tablets they give you, whatever. Which I mean, I say crappy, they do work, you know. I mean, 1 foot's brilliant. I've only had one tablet and it's gone down already. But then they were saying I've got to wait 4 weeks and get a blood test, and then they're going to take a drug that's called preventative measures. So that could be like what you're talking about there. You know, you take
That's what it is.
something else to stop it. Yeah.
That lowers your uric acid levels the same way they try and lower your cholesterol levels if your cholesterol is high.
Yeah. We'll wait and see.
That is a very pleasant lemonade. The peach isn't as forefront as I would like it to be. But just as a 2-flavor ingredient, that's really good. I could see somebody bottling this up and selling this as a peach lemonade.
Really? Wow.
They might put a little more sweetener in it. But yeah, Mallory Gates recipe. Peach lemonade. Mallory. Very simple.
That's a cracking, well done, Mallory. Cracking little recipe. Got the thumbs up from the scientist. I think that's what I'm going to start calling you from now on. The scientist.
Science that is actual science, is reproducible, that is not molested, is information you can build from. And I got into an argument over somebody this was on my private Twitter one, about a study that was put out there that said that there's no difference between flavored and unflavored vape for the success or failure of somebody trying to quit smoking the first week.
That's bullshit.
That's exactly what I said. And he's like, are you saying that the science is fake? I'm like, no. The science should because he asked, he's like, are you saying the science is fake and we should have reported something other than what actually the results were? I said, no, the results should always be reported and the data should always be presented unmolested without interpretation. So this literally got me into it. This was the University of Bristol where they did the study at, and it was done during COVID. Took them 3 months. And the study had 84 participants in it. When it ended, it started off with 89 participants. And all these people had to do was daily keep track of their cravings and whether they used it, how much liquid they went through. There's the whole things of it. But it pissed me off when I went to look at the data. Everything is coded and categorized. 1, 2, 3, 4. There was very few columns in this chart that actually listed actual things you could relate to when you look at the chart. Like, how many years have you been a smoker?
Yeah.
Okay. So I naturally, being a curious mind, going, is this tainted at all? So I converted those numbers into what the actual data was that it represented. And they had their age in there, male, female. How long have you been a smoker? And this was in years. Care to tell me how a 23-year-old could have been smoking for 15 years?
Christ.
Are you telling me that's a realistic number? They started smoking when they were 7, and they're a daily smoker.
They're actually born out the womb with a cigarette in their mouth. Hey, mama, how do you like this, motherfucker?
And the other thing I started looking for was, okay, here we go. We have ourselves a bunch of smokers, right? And they listed on there, how many packs a day do you smoke? 1, 2, 3, whatever, right? So I'm curious to see, during this study, there was 2 levels of nicotine you could be on. One was like 15 and the other one was 18.
Yeah.
Something like that. Or one was 12 and one was 18. Anyway, here you had somebody that was a 3-pack-a-day smoker that they only put him on the lower dose of the nicotine. Now, nowhere in the study could I find out what actual device they used. There was a device that was supplied by Vape, whatever the company was in the UK. Legit company, whatever. But they never said what the actual device was. They only documented how many milliliters of the bottled liquid that they gave them for the study did they actually go through? You want to tell me how somebody that's a 3-pack-a-day smoker successfully completed the study only using one bottle for the entire week-long study?
Nah. They've been climbing the walls.
What?
3-pack a day, that's what, 60 cigarettes a day? And they're going to say, oh yeah, that'll do me by Rico. Yeah.
And then you had other
that's
people that was a 1-pack-a-day smoker that was on the higher nicotine strength, and they went through 6 bottles, a bottle a day.
Eh?
Excuse me, what device are you using to go through 6 bottles of liquid? There's no way that was a mouth-to-lung device. You couldn't have gone through that much.
Wow. I think I see some of these studies, I don't even know why they bother doing them, you know, because the stuff they come up with is just bullshit.
Science needs to be done, but what I've come to find out over this past 3 years that I've been an ex-smoker trying to do research and learn this vaping science and learn the science and follow the news and find these patterns that nobody else can see is the fact that the science isn't what we think science is anymore. It's all based upon a corporation trying to prove something. And I'm not saying that the science isn't science. I'm not saying that there are scientists out there that totally disregard, ethics and just force the experiments to prove whatever the goal was. Not that there aren't people out there like that, but it's like cops. There's good cops and there's bad cops. Can't assume that they're all good. You can't assume that they're all bad. There are people that get into it and do it for the right reason and have ethical standards that they follow their entire life. But like when you get something that is blatantly obvious as, why wasn't that questioned? And if that isn't legitimate, why was it included in the results?
I'm seeing nothing that even for like a stats type of thing, you know what I mean? Basic statistic figures and all this bullshit, which is obviously inaccurate.
Well, the statistics are what they do to boil it down, but why can't you present me with the raw freaking data before you convert it into these coded numbers?
Yeah,
because you can look at an Excel sheet, an Excel chart, and it's okay, obvious questions. How many years have you smoked? It should be a digit from 1 till however many you are, minus your childhood. If you have a 56-year-old smoker that's been, smoking for 40 years, okay, he was 16 when he started smoking.
Yeah.
Simple math. Nobody checked the simple math to find out what age these smokers started smoking? You tell me there was one that was 4 years old? That was the other one. It was 4 years old, literally, when they started smoking. Bullshit.
Well, it could have been passive. It could have been passive smoking of his parents, and they could be fucking twisting a bit.
They included the questionnaire that they filled out, and it was a questionnaire over the phone. So literally word for word scripted question and word for word, answer that had to fit. How many years were you smoking?
See, and the thing is, when you get these crap researches done, then obviously these crap researchers are then fed to the fucking politicians. So therefore, they're getting fed crap from crap researchers. So therefore,
here's the thing.
Kind of fucking preach the crap.
Every single one of these participants that wanted to do this smoking study wanted to do it because they, in their mind, at least wanted to try and quit smoking for at least a week, right? And it might have also had something to do with the fact that they were all paid $100 if they successfully completed the week. Either way, pass or fail. The device was free, the liquids were free, and you got $100 for participating in the survey. But you got to answer the questions every day and fill out the information and have a complete actual survey that's documented.
Funny enough, this is rather coincidental as well. I got a letter, what was it, about a week ago, from a wonderful NHS. They want me to do a questionnaire type survey with me being an ex-smoker. And they're going to do it over the phone. Hey!
Do it!
Days. What do you... Oh, God, I'm going to do it, but is it like what
here's what you should do.
Another one then...
If you participate in this, have a little notepad next to you with a pen you can kind of jot down things that like fire your brain off and go, why are you asking that question that way? If you're trying to determine how long I vaped or, you know, how much I go through or how many milligrams I consume a day, why do you phrase the questions in a way that would make me want to answer it different than what the actual facts are?
Well, yeah, it's like what I was talking to you last time when I've done that life insurance policy. They've still got vaping down as smoking. Why?
Yep.
It's night and day difference. Believe me, it is a night and day difference. I do not smoke, I vape. Well, we'll put you down as smoking. No, mate, I don't smoke.
Quite frankly, I'm kind of jacked off about the fact that, you know, a lot of this stuff, they are literally forcing your hand by framing the situation with a bunch of false narratives, hoping that you're not going to question the underlying premise of their statements.
Well, that was my point. That's the point I made. So I put down, so I says, if you put me down as a smoker, then therefore I'm going to be paying a higher premium for my insurance when I'm not a smoker. So what the fuck? You know what I mean? Bullshit.
Yep.
Goodbye. You know what I mean?
I'm sick of the fact that you are always comparing vapors to smokers. If we're looking at vaping as harm reduction, why aren't you comparing us to non-smokers? Understand and acknowledge that we were smokers first, and look at the science of where smokers' health is, and look at the science of where non-smokers' health is, and you could easily plot your health improvements to that. But nobody wants to find out if this is truly healthier than not. They only look at it as in, was it successful to quit smoking?
It's like my great you say with smoking shelters that having in places of work. Okay, right, that's a smoking shelter where the vapors go. Oh, smoking shelter. No, I don't smoke. And I don't want to breathe in somebody else's smoke, so fuck you. You know what I mean? I mean, the amount of deaths.
Concur.
I mean, you see, there's the amount of deaths from smoking. There's also the amount of deaths from passive smoking, where people are fucking sucking people's fumes and all day. It damages them as well.
How about all the bus drivers that get cancer because the lifelong exposure to diesel soot?
Smoking. Yeah.
You know, as a volunteer firefighter, I was constantly told about how, you know, we needed to get the Plimo vent evacuation system that hooks up to the tailpipe of the truck, because the repeated starting and stopping of the truck in the fire hall leaves your bunker gear and everything in the room and the garage covered in this carcinogenic soot from the exhaust of the truck when it first starts up, when it's not complete combustion.
Yeah. I'll get that, without a doubt. There's so
in other words, if you live in the city, you have a much higher chance of getting cancer than you do if you live in the country where there are no buses that go around like that.
It's like us now in the UK when they're talking like congestion charges and all that shit to go into city centres, and you know, depending on what fuel shit your car hires out and all that crap, you know, you're gonna pay for it. My question with that is, right, okay, you're paying I say congestion charge, sorry, a clean air charge. That's what they're doing now with the cities, a clean air. So you've got to pay to drive into cities because your car is pollutant. Okay, right. So where the fuck does that money go? How can you put money into clean air? Where does that money go that I've got to pay if I've got a car that's not clean to go into the city? Who pockets that money? And what do you spend it on? You can't spend money on air. Air's all around you. You know what I mean? You can't suddenly like get a Hoover and go, we'll suck all the shit out of air. You can't do that.
See, here's the problem, okay? You live in the UK, where the UK government, for decades, has instituted pollution controls on the vehicles that are used in that country. Just like here in the United States, there's the federal standard for emissions output, and then there's the glorified California standards for emissions output. And most of the time, the car manufacturers just find it easier to meet the tightest standards and call it a fucking day. So a lot of the cars in the United States are California emissions because it's just simply more cost effective to produce all the cars with the exact same catalytic converters and exhaust and all that other stuff than it does to try and come up with two variations to meet one less stringent and one more stringent. And then you go into countries like India where there are no standards, and you can literally hook up an engine and throw a pipe on the end of it and call it a muffler.
Yeah.
So pollution is real, but you have to take it into context for where you're at. And a perfect example was during COVID when they had all the lockdowns, there was pictures posted of India before the lockdown, the week before the lockdown, in India during the lockdown, and then a week after the lockdown, and all of a sudden you could see for 10 miles, where before the cities were so congested with pollution, you couldn't hardly see 2 miles.
I do get that, but where does the money go that they're charging you for doing that? What they're doing with it? Because to me, it's just another taxation on the motorist, because we do as motorists get fucking hammered for everything over here.
That's a good question. A lot of the money that gets collected by the government goes into the regulatory abyss, and you never know what the outcome of that money was.
Exactly.
Or what it went to pay for.
I mean, okay, you're collecting all this money for clean air, so what are you doing with that money? Where's it getting spent? What are you actually doing with it to clean up the air? If that's what it's
I miss
for,
the old days when the government used to do stuff like that, especially in the UK, and they would literally take that money and they would be allocated for one specific thing. If you're trying to fight, clean air, well, guess what? You would actually be using that money that's collected from people polluting the air and using it to build wind turbines so that you generate electricity without having to burn fossil fuels to create electricity, because eventually you're going to have electric cars that are going to need to be fueled.
I mean, that's
but that's not what happens.
There is a good thing, because obviously your manufacturers, because we pay road taxes based on the emissions of your vehicle. So if you're a low emissions vehicle, then you'll not get them charges for going to city centres. So it kind of balances out that way, which I'm all for. I mean, I drive a diesel car. It's got very low emissions. I only pay £30 a year road tax, which is fucking buttons. You know what I mean? Compared to some of the gas guzzlers, like the big 4x4s, that are paying £400 a year road tax. Which I kind of see as a fair narrative, I kind of say that's a fair system. But I don't think if I've got to go into a city centre and I've already got a low, emissions tax, that I may have to pay an emissions charge to go into a city centre. It's weird.
That is weird.
I mean, it probably wouldn't happen, but it's a possibility.
Well, at least you're not like here in the United States, where the whole turnpike system was originally created that when they built a bridge, they wanted whoever used the bridge to pay for that bridge being built. So they would make that a toll bridge, and all the proceeds of that toll money that came from that bridge went to keep that bridge in good shape and pay off the loan costs to build that bridge, right? Same thing with highways.
Yeah.
You have turnpikes that are toll roads. You have to pay a toll to go from here to here. I've always had this problem. Pennsylvania is screwing the residents, and people are too stupid to do anything about it. Or they just feel too helpless and just don't bother to even pay attention to it. But it's always bothered me. I moved from Ohio to Pennsylvania. I could travel 100 miles on the Ohio Turnpike for $5. And in Pennsylvania, I drive 48 miles, and I have always paid more in Pennsylvania tolls than I ever did in Ohio.
That's so weird.
48 miles versus 100 miles. And the cost was always more for the 48 miles.
See, we have the very odd toll bridge, toll road, but they're very far and few between. Not like massively thing.
Because once they did have the toll road, as soon as that bridge was paid off, guess what happened? The toll booths got taken down because it served its purpose. Not here. Here, the Pennsylvania Turnpike is no longer owned by the state of Pennsylvania. It's owned by some corporation that's out to make a profit.
We've got the Tyne Tunnel. It's basically a tunnel that goes under a fucking river. We'll pay a toll for that. Even though you can go over the bridge for free. It's just convenience, I suppose, at the end of the day, innit? It's convenience, isn't it?
Most of the time.
Mad.
All right. We're sitting here chatting away like two old ladies. I'm sure that our audience, if there's anybody left out there since the chat no longer works, would like us to see a retro vape. So how about we jump into that?
Yeah.
All right, so up for our review for today is the Vaporesso Revenger Go. I picked this kit up a long time ago, and I'm telling you, for the last 3 years, this has been either sitting on the shelf here or in a box that takes its trip every time we go to camp. I used to haul this with us just in case the mod and tank that I had failed. I wouldn't have to run to the vape shop and get something or try and fix it or anything. I would just simply have a brand new starter kit for me to be able to just open up and use. Vaporesso has been really good. Their coils are really good, and worst case scenario, it could at least get me through the weekend or the week that we were at camp. So today I decided I'm gonna pull it off the shelf. And since I do have so many different devices here that I'm now using to go back and forth to camp, I don't need this anymore for that purpose. So nice retro vape for today is the Vaporesso Revenger Go kit. Nice little pull tab on the side, but the tape is still sealed because I've never actually opened this. So here is the Vaporesso Revenger Go kit. Say hello to the future. I love how they did this kind of stuff back in the day. There is, oh man, does that feel like a nice Motorola heavy duty device? Nice clicky button on there. And holy moly, it came with batteries. No way. I did not know this had batteries. That is gorgeous. Probably a fingerprint magnet, but I don't care. When it's something looks that good, I don't care if it attracts fingerprints. Can you see that texture on there? This is gorgeous, beautiful chrome.
Come on, out. Out, 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 come on, out.
Wow.
Oh, apologies. My apologies. Oh, you need to make longer bumpers, mate.
This is the mod that came with the Revenger Go kit. Look at that texture on there.
Ooh, I like that. Where'd you get that from, Biddy? Where'd you get that from?
I bought this a long time ago, right after I quit smoking and was just exclusively vaping. I bought it as something that we could go take with us to camp as a backup device.
Good old Vaporesso, eh?
Yeah. Look at that coil. We can keep it on camera. Look at that, quad core.
Holy shit, that's a belter.
And your other option is a dual core.
What's the wattage on them? Wow.
Let's zoom in, see if we can see it. Unfortunately, my screen is missing the pertinent information, so...
I can see that. 0.15. 70 watts max.
Okay. I love how
That's
the
what
Vaporesso stuff, when the coils come in, there's not so overly tightened down like the smock stuff always was. What you got there?
50 to 110 watts, 0.15. That's a Bobby Dazzler. That's what I'm talking about. 100 watts. Get in.
4 banger. All right, all right.
By the way, folks, I only eat these crisps just to test his noise compression shit. You know, I do it deliberately, you know.
Listen, last time I turned that noise suppression shit on, it actually crashed the program that hosts the audio. So let's take a look and see if it's actually on.
My apologies being used, Munson. Is OBS playing ball with you yet, or is it still fucked up?
The screen's still frozen.
Wow.
How you like them apples? I don't hear nothing.
Yeah. Motherfucker. Right, and crunch it, be heart's delight, then, eh? Nom.
Yes, you can. That right there is just the Clarity VX noise suppression. All right, so there's a beautiful little thing. They give another straight glass and obviously sparrow rings. Nice organized box. Not glued in. Quality packaging. I am thoroughly impressed with that. And then you've got your USB cable and a box on this side. And that right there is the Revenger Go kit. What a gorgeous device.
It looks nice.
Well, what kind of top fill we got on here?
Swivel.
Slide fill. A 510 drip tip.
It's a nice looking bit of kit.
Yeah.
Really nice.
That's a definite looker. All right.
Well, man.
Time to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. For today's episode. Where'd I put it? Come on now. Egg custard tart. Flavors 1 shot. We're going to load that up in here.
When did you make that one? That looks nice.
On the 10th.
Nice.
I was
colour as
prepping
well.
it for our show that we didn't have last week. So she has been sitting here for quite some time.
That's what I'm saying. Looks a nice colour, my friend. Very nice colour.
Yeah. Put a little bit right on the top. Just to make sure that we don't singe that cotton at the very top of that. Reassemble this beautiful Vaporesso threaded tank. I can't believe how good the tolerances are on Vaporesso stuff compared to smock stuff at the same age.
What's it called? The Vaporesso what kit?
Revenger Go.
Revenger Go. I'm just going to check the air was out. That's all.
Yeah, please do. 5 milliliter tank, and it comes with batteries already in it. And it doesn't look like you can change the batteries. It doesn't look like there's a way to get the...
We are looking at around 2017.
And this is touchscreen. Not touch screen, but there's like no protruding button here. It's haptic feedback.
Now that is pretty good for 2017, would you not say it? Early day stuff.
It's just like the old phones. When you touch the button, you feel that little sense of vibration.
I think it's a 200 watt mod as well. I'm sure it's a 200 watt mod as well.
Well, let's crank her up. It's two battery.
Yeah, 200 watt.
220.
Or 220. Wow. Doesn't know Robin though for Mac.
Nope.
But see, I know it's pretty fast though. You're not sitting there all day, like, you know what I mean? It's pretty fast.
Yeah, it goes up by 1 watt increments. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So what was that? 50 to what? 50 to 100.
I would go a little low to bed it in a bit first.
Close enough. Let that soak in here. All right, so that's one thing you definitely have to do because it's so hepatic feedback. So any touch of a actual warm skin changes it. Definitely need to lock this one because there's no actual button you have to push.
So
3 clicks to lock it. I love how clicky this feel is. The feel of this is so exquisite. This is a posh man's wet dream.
It's a very smart looking kit, like.
All right, got my curiosity peaked here. I need to go in here and look at this. I did not realize that this was one that has a built-in battery. Look at that. Let me give you a nice little fancy card, little envelope. Here's your warranty card.
Believe it or not, right, some people are actually listening to this as a starter kit. Fucking
220
watts. Wow.
If it's got built-in batteries. Look at that posh cable. Nylon braided.
Oh, very nice.
Oh man, talk about quality. Not quite as long as I would like it.
To be honest,
about a foot long.
I've kind of liked Vaporesso stuff. I think their stuff's always been pretty decent.
Look at that clock on there. Time's out to that clock.
Very upmarket, isn't it?
All right, plug that in. Charging beautifully. Is this truly a built-in battery mod? I gotta go to the men's room.
That doesn't work. I'm very disappointed with that.
What's that?
I was really drinking red wine. I was thinking wine cheese, basic, you know, wine and cheese. Cheese and onion crisp do not fucking go with red wine. I'm sorry.
Nope.
Right, boys and girls. That's how people are going to chat it. We are going to check on chat. We are going to have a look. Hang on, my mouse needs to come all the way over here. You take care, Michael Redfern. If you got to go, you got to go, sir. Thank you for dropping in. You're an absolute legend. Yeah, there's a few people commented on the old health insurance, life insurance, how they still consider you as a smoker if you vape. You know what I mean? Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Sorry, Ian, I missed you going, but thank you for dropping in. Absolute legend. Yeah, man. Go for it, Mallory. They're damn right there'll be nicotine in your system too, right? Gotta go, man. Oh, God. Yep. Yeah, there's a couple of people commenting on their insurance companies saying that they're still classed them as smokers or they're going to be, you know what I mean? A lot of bullshit. Absolute rubbish. I want more crisps on me when I haven't the bloody got.
There we go.
Ooh, just couldn't ruin. Watchable vaping Dave have Noosa Blue Raspberry by flavors. Ooh.
Well, I've got some of that here. I've mixed it up before. What do you think of it, Dusty?
What have I got? I've got flavor splice in this setup. A flavor splice in that. I've got on me heavy hitter in me Valhalla. I've been dripping banana custard tart in that one, which is bloody good, I must confess. Very impressed with that one. And when we have, or if we have time to have a look at this, the Doom, I've got me yellow mess to go in there.
My wife's in Florida. We can run as long as you want.
When the cat's away,
She's not responsible for what I do while she's gone. Okay, so inside of this is a 5,000 milliamp hour built-in lithium battery.
5,000. Wow.
Probably two 2,500 milliamp hour batteries. So you get a combined total of 5,000 milliamp hours.
That's cool.
But it's got temperature control from 100 to 315 degrees Celsius. That's 200 to 600 Fahrenheit. 5 to 220 watts. OLED, 0.96 inch screen. Resistance range goes down to 0.05 all the way up to 5 ohms. That is an amazing mod to go down to 0.05.
0.5 on a kit. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Holy cow. Maximum output current 50 amps.
I'll tell you,
holy shit.
That model be a good mod to build on, won't it? Oh, to see what was sorry. Fire anything?
Built-in temperature control values. They have TCR values set up for nickel, titanium, nickel ferrite, stainless steel, 303, 304, 316, and 317.
They did have a lot then them days, didn't they? Different materials. Especially like stainless steel 304, because was it not the ribbon wire that used to buy that used to be 304 stainless? It was the shiny, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right, aye.
I have never used a titanium coil. The only time I had any experience with that titanium coil was that weed thing that we made up, that wax pen, wax dabbing thingamabobber.
Disgusting.
And this works with all Vaporesso GT Core coils, which means it's cross-compatible with the TFV8 coils.
Yeah, you're
Right?
talking titanium coils. I've never seen anybody actually selling titanium coils. Like, as we know.
No,
them,
I've
you know?
seen people have titanium wire for building your own.
Yeah. I've been absolutely curious to see what the vape will be like off that. I don't know. Titanium.
What is going on with OBS? I do not understand.
That's really nice and not bad, boy. Eyes are nice.
Well, I'm not going to tempt fate by messing with it anymore. I'm just going to keep looking at the screen above me and
Holy
use
shit.
that as my display for the output.
I thought it'd be a matter of time before Mallory gets started.
Yeah, I was going to put that
trying-
up there.
I'm trying to date a philosophy professor, but he doesn't know if I exist or not. I like that one. That's cracking.
Oh, I love your jokes, Mallory.
That's quite clever, that one. I'll give you that one.
So Dusty likes the Noosa Blue Raspberry. I like the flavor of it. It's been a long time since I've tried to mix with it. I might actually have to mix up a batch of that.
God, I love this fucking setup. Jesus.
All right, so that's working.
We've got a few gremlins in there today, buddy.
Well, like I said, I tempted fate by downloading and reverting the Windows graphics driver to an earlier version right before the stream.
I mean, everything is looking okay from my end. The stream's looking good. You're still coming through loud and clear. Everything's as normal.
Yeah, well, let me show you what's going on.
Oh. Fucking hell, that was half an hour ago, mate.
But that's okay. I'm happy because everything's still working.
It is. The stream's still going. You know, everything's ticking along.
Do I want to open up another can of that, or do I want to go back to coffee?
Get a fucking can cracker open.
All right. You twisted my arm. It's just been sitting in the ice here the whole time.
I didn't twist your arm. I twisted your leg.
Is that what it was down there? I thought the dogs were up here crawling around or something.
Yeah, no, that was me twisting your leg, mate.
Quite honestly, with the dog, you got to be treating them like kids. It's been quiet for too long with these dogs. It is 3 o'clock in the afternoon here. So we've officially been going for 3 hours. And I have yet to hear a peep from either one of them.
But my dog is back on full throttle fire after his surgery. He's absolutely back to normal. He's
That's
eating
fantastic.
like there's no tomorrow. He's eating like there's no tomorrow. He's back to his normal self. He's unbelievable. Well, now one thing, if he swallows a fucking corn on the cob again, he'll not be coming back. Little shit.
You'll take another corn on the cob and shove it up from the other end.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We'll bypass the front end. We'll just go straight in the rear.
Oh man, that smells beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm glad I mixed that up so early. I've got one set up for next week. Already set up. It's a chocolate experience.
Ooh.
This one is heavy on the custard as well, so I'm like, that's got to sit there for a while.
Definitely, man.
And we still have one from episode 8 I haven't tried because I've been waiting for this one's got a bunch of different custards in it. This is the 3-banger custard. But look at that color.
God, that looks lush. I'm intrigued. I can remember that. I'm intrigued to see what that one comes out like.
I'm looking forward to, when I finish the custard, jumping into this banana marshmallow custard tart we made last time.
Oh, well.
That's been sitting here as well.
I can tell you from experience, I am now actually vaping that. And it's brilliant. I've got that in here. I'm vaping it through a mech. It's stunning. You see how there's a lot of coincidences here, time. Notice this show, there's a lot of coincidences just tying in together. It's fucking scary. It's pushing plenty vape out, whatever it is.
I'm trying to experience the egg custard. I think it's a bad pairing with this spiked peach. But this would go a lot better with the coffee.
Mm-hmm.
All right, palate cleanser.
Yeah, it's something in this cleaner up there, man. That peach will be leaving a very strong peach flavor in your mouth anyway, won't it?
Yeah, but that coffee that I have, man, is that a nice strong coffee today. Reverted back to my wife found a half gallon of my creamer, my vanilla creamer that we got from Walmart.
Oh, very
Lately,
nice.
we've been using International Delight because it doesn't have some of that off stuff in there that we wanted. And she's like, you got to use it up. I'm like, I'm not going to waste it. I like that stuff. I know it's not good for me, but so I put that in there today, and that leaves my coffee very strong. It colors it like it's a heavily creamed coffee, but it doesn't impart that heavy cream flavor, just the vanilla.
Yeah.
So that is a really good palate cleanser.
Yeah.
It's a nice custard. Maybe I need to let it sit stronger, or maybe I didn't mix it up strong enough concentration. What was the percentage I put in here? Let's go and take a look.
What? Yeah, you're sitting at what? You're sitting at the lower wattage rate, aren't you? 50 watts. You're bedding it in.
Yeah,
So it
50
might come
watts.
through-
I
might
only
come
put in
through a bit more heat.
15%. Custards I found, especially from flavors, typically need to be closer to 18 or 20.
Yeah.
Some of them are even 25 or 30. Instead of being a cheapskate, maybe I should put some more in there.
I think I
Or-
did what I put in mine.
Let's turn the wattage up.
I think I mixed my mix with 20%. I'm almost certain I did, and it's absolutely cock on.
I'm getting the flavors there, but they're just not like strong enough to compete with this coffee or that
Yeah.
spiked peach. Hold on now. 65
Hold
watts.
on.
Now the sweetness is woken up on it. That custard is starting to like coat my mouth. All right, we're going to get to Dusty and Wait a minute, what happened here? Come on, you little fucker. There we go. When a girl changes her clothes in front of you, she's either really interested or your level 99 friend zone. Or she hasn't spotted you in the tree yet.
On form again.
Oh, I love it. Dusty Country Red says that he mixed up the spearmint the same way. Very nice. The fruit salad, well, not crazy about its flavor, but might have mixed it too high. It's got a perfume taste to it. Sometimes if you leave that sit for, a couple weeks, that perfume taste goes away. The banana marshmallow custard tart is one of those ones where you first mix it. It doesn't have like a perfumey or chemically flavor to it, but it certainly doesn't taste like what it does after a month or two. So that the wife loves the lemon drop and all of the Whizzers e-liquid that I sent, and she can taste all of them really well. And she says she likes it in the X-Slim and in the Inconceptor I sent her.
Very nice.
With that assorted pack of Whizzers was a card for Vapeology. That is something that you could order.
I mean, I've done that mix about 2 weeks ago, and you can see it's a nice colour. Not dark, but it's still a nice colour, and it's spot on. Absolutely love it. The simple reason is because even though it tastes a bit like a candy banana, but it's not too overpowering, and that's what makes it good. I don't know what you're getting.
Gotta love allergies.
I don't find the banana too overpowering. I don't know how you're feeling with it, like, but
I love it. It wasn't strong enough initially when I first mixed it up, but after it sat there a while and that custard mellowed out and like filled out the whole custard profile, the banana sat right perfectly in there. It wasn't like in your face. It wasn't like a banana pudding. It was literally like banana marshmallow custard tart, just like the name says.
Sometimes the banana's just too overpowering. You can't taste nothing but that. You know what I mean?
There's times that you want like a nice, banana runts flavor, and then there's times where you want it to be an accent to what you're eating.
Yeah. It's there. But
and one more thing for Dusty, I think you should see if Flavors has a one shot of that Whizzers. You could even email Darren to ask him if he's got one.
That's a possibility.
I don't know if you ordered it or not. Darren from Flavor sent him a $100 gift certificate for the Flavors website. So he could order whatever flavors he wants, whatever concentrates he wants, or one shots.
It's like we said, guys, I mean, I know Darren's not a sponsor or nothing, but, the stuff, these juices, what I've had up to now off them, they do exactly what they say on the tin. They're absolutely phenomenal flavor-wise. He's got his juices down to a T. Absolutely fantastic. Definitely well worth.
My children are finally showing their faces.
Oh.
How you doing? Did you have a nice nap?
Hello there.
Huh?
I'm just coming to say hello.
All right. I'm going to get back to the show. We'll go out later.
Oh, bless them.
Sorry, dog.
You gotta love them. You gotta love them, haven't you?
Man, they got a clock. They have an internal clock built in. They know when I'm doing my live show, 3.5 hours into it, they're up here going, hey, man, what's going on? You still on this thing or what are you doing?
Yeah.
And it's the same time every night when my wife would normally come home from work. Yeah. They're like sitting at the door waiting for her to, pop her head in.
It was like when I had a car, it was like it had a loud exhaust, so it was like a souped up car type of thing. It was a Mitsubishi Langham VR4, and I had one of them big loud exhausts on the frigging thing. And my wife used to say every time I went past the dog knew that car and it was straight at the door. It knew I was coming in. You know what I mean? It was clever. It was good stuff. Like they're good in that sense. They do pick up habits. What we're on 75. Ooh, I'm cranking up to 80. Got to 80, man.
It's even sweeter now.
The thing I found with custards, right? You'll hit that sweet spot, and even though your coil might be, for example, that coil might, like you say, that coil can get up to 110 watts. But if you push up to 110 watts, you'll find that you'll get no flavour. You need to drop it down. You know what I mean? Especially with custards.
For round wire coils, I can't believe that. 80 watts. It's a beautiful balance. It isn't like too sweet now. The custard's really filled in that whole flavor profile now. And it just leaves that custardy coating on my tongue. It's still not like super strong compared to this coffee. I still have the residual aspects of that coffee in there. But man, is that a beautiful pairing. Coffee and a custard.
You're probably getting to the point where you're hitting that sweet spot.
Actually, I might think a little bit past it because now I'm getting that tart, that graham cracker kind of crusty thing flavor, but it is not a clean graham cracker. It's kind of like a, ooh, this is too hot of a vape for that flavor.
Yeah, it's too warm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With some of you push them too high, you lose everything.
It didn't lose anything other than the fact that it bent that tart flavor away from being a clean refrigerated a custard tart to being a vape that's just too hot. Not singeing the coils too hot, but like the flavor is no longer accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You had coils that can go to 110 watts, but I can't see you vaping at that and enjoying the vape. I think that would just wipe it all out.
75 watts seems to be the sweet spot where it balances the custard, the sweetness, and that tart.
Yeah. That's another point, guys. You know, you might have a
And now I get
coil.
the egg. I get the egg out of it 100%.
You know, you may have a coil that's capable of vaping, 100 watts, but the flavor will not keep up with that 100 watts. You've got that sweet spot, so you don't need to go full hog on your coil for the vape.
And I ran into that same thing with the single flavor testing of the oranges. There was a sweet spot and they were different. The juicy orange had a greater range of temperature that you could run it at to get that same basic flavor, but it wasn't as potent as the flavors orange, and the flavors orange was a much narrower range, but it was 100% true to accurate as an orange. Like right down to the fact you could sense the zest in that orange. So you get that citrusy oil, orange oil, you get a little bit of that zest, and you get a beautiful, it wasn't like a fresh orange flavor, it was more of that tang orange flavor. But I mean, what are you going to expect? It is an artificial orange flavor. They didn't take an orange and squeeze it and put it into the bottle.
It's like I say,
but that is the most accurate orange I've tasted.
You're vaping to the juice's capabilities rather than the coil's capabilities. You know what I mean?
My girlfriend asked me to pass her the chapstick, and I accidentally passed her the glue stick. She still hasn't talked to me. And you're right, Dusty, it doesn't sound too noisy either. For a 2017 device, they got there's no turbulence in this airflow. Granted, it's got a 510 drip tip that is bored out into a reverse cone on the top, and the glass is feeling warmth, pretty damn warm from that 75 watts.
I always thought they would. I thought they were decent Vaporesso. I've never had any problems with any of their.
But you know what? This is one of those situations where I think the fact that there's glass in the metal that's retaining the heat is adding to how good this custard is. Like I said, I can taste the egg notes in it now because that liquid inside there is much warmer than it was when I put it in there. It's not room temperature liquid anymore. And you can tell by just, giving a little shake here. It's really thin inside that tank now.
You can tell by the viscosity of it, it's gone thin, doesn't it?
Wow, Darren, you nailed that egg custard tart. I'm not an egg custardy
Oh.
person. I like custards. I like creams. But man, that egg notes perfectly come out of there. It's not like a diacetyl egg flavor.
I told you. No, that was a full bottle a couple of days ago. I told you. See, that was a full bottle a couple of days. It's going to be empty that by.
This isn't going to be following me around until that bottle's empty. I guarantee you.
It's really beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
I can't get over how delicious that is.
He nails, honestly, guys. I know the guy's way out in Australia and you're thinking shipping, but honestly, it's worth every penny. The stuff he makes, it does exactly what it says on the tin. I've been absolutely blown away by some of the stuff he's come up with. Like, really have.
I have drank so much cold coffee in my life, but this is the perfect. This is the perfect pairing.
Like I say, at this moment in time, I'm just using these one shots, and they're absolutely out this world. They're really good. Really good.
Listen, I've single flavor tested other flavors besides this orange, and so far he's toe to toe with any other manufacturer I've been able to test it. The juices tend to be a little weaker, meaning you need to use a higher percentage on it. Like, let me give you an example without pulling my Excel sheet out. One of the custards that I tested wasn't the butterscotch. What was it? The Bavarian cream. Compared to a Capella, like the Bavarian cream from Capella, I'd run it at like 3%. Flavors Bavarian cream, I would run it at like 5 2/3%. Not quite 6. If you put 6 in and compare it to a 3 at Capella, it's stronger in flavor. So maybe like 5.5, 5.6, 6 to get equivalent flavor potential output. But the flavors that I've tasted from him are just holistically better than Capella or TFA. But I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know if he's combining multiple ones. I mean, without the actual numbers, the composition of the chemical numbers, CEC or whatever the acronym is. There's no way to know.
At the end of the day, he's nailing it, and that's all that counts. He's absolutely nailing it.
I can't believe that his flavors haven't sold more than they do, or grown faster than they have.
I think probably because he's Australian. That's probably one of the reasons. Because I mean, you think, oh, I've got to buy from Australia. The shipping will cost a fortune and all that. That's probably why. You know what I mean? The main thing. I mean, like say if you're in the UK, etc. You ship and you think, oh god, the shipping. So you would have to buy in bulk to make your shipping costs balance out. You know what I mean? That's and it is a shame that is the way it is, but that's the way people think, and it shouldn't be like that. Because
he's reached out to me in the past and offered to let me distribute it here in the States. I don't know if I can add that to my plate of all these other stuff I got going on. I would literally need to make it financially viable to do that as part of my business.
Yeah, you kind of done the same that to me, and like I say, it's a time issue for me. It's especially as going back to work. It's a time issue.
Yeah, I've sold stuff before. I've had websites where I sold stuff before, and I've had parts of my life where I was basically going out and buying stuff at garage sales and yard sales and stuff like that, and then selling it on eBay. And I made decent lick at it, but in the past I've run into situations where I would literally go for 3 weeks without fulfilling any orders, and then all of a sudden I literally spent an entire week fulfilling orders.
Yeah.
Because they came in just like that, and the volume was just too much for an individual person to do efficiently and consistently get them out, within 24 hours.
It's a shame he couldn't approach a big distributor in a country. That would be where he might hit the nail on the head. A big distributor that would take him on. If you can
I'd really love to
you
do it, but it's like anything in business, you're taking a risk when you commit yourself to something.
Without a doubt.
But as good as the flavors are, makes me really want to do that. Because I really think that I would be doing a service to the community to offer a United States-based shipping, so that it'd be a flat priority mail package to send people their flavors that they order.
Definitely.
We'd have to figure out the logistics. Am I going to be getting things in gallon size or 5-gallon buckets and then having to bottle them? Maybe, obviously not initially. Eventually, that would be something I'd have to do, in which case it's not something I could do just from my home.
I think it'd be something where you'd be buying, if you're dealing with Darren, I think he'd send you everything in bottles, just a big bulk order there with that, you can move on. I don't think there'd be any kind of crap like that involved. I think everything would become, ready to market or ready to sell, rather than you having to fuck on.
Yeah, if you send it, you'd have to have a pallet, and I'd have to clear out a room and set up shelves and create an inventory system. I've got the IT skills to be able to do it in the website and that kind of thing. Shipping is what the hang up is, according to Dusty.
Even
he tried the cheesecake too. I sent him, and he said it's really good strawberry cheesecake.
I was just wondering if you use like a drop shipping method where you maybe set up a website, doing his stuff, and then the orders went straight to him, and you get a cut or something like that. I don't know. That might be a more feasible.
But then you're still running into there's no shipping savings. That's what the holdup is for a lot of people. If he were to, he could literally send a pallet of stuff here that's bottled, ready to go. I would have to sort it, inventory it, put it on shelves. We could set up a website together, and then.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like you see these drop shipping sites, where you could just put up a website with all these products on.
Yeah, he could manage the website and then just send me the orders I need to ship every day or whatever.
Or he could send the orders himself direct to the customers, whatever.
Yeah, but he can't send it directly to the customers because of the shipping cost. If for me to ship it, like if somebody only wanted to order like 2 bottles of liquid, it would cost $8 to ship it from here. Where if he was to ship somebody 2 bottles of liquid, you're looking at what, $30 to ship it? Space Turtle, hello and welcome.
Hello, Space Turtle. We've been going a while, mate, so you're still well.
You missed all the ranting and raving I did at the beginning. You can check back. I started the stream off. The stream's dedicated to Beverly Myers, passed away last week. She was a smoker for life and was never able to be convinced to try vaping to quit smoking. Despite her partner at work vaping.
Actually, guys, on that note, I was just thinking, guys, anybody that watches the rerun of this, if you leave a comment, we will watch the rerun ourselves. We will check the comments, and we will obviously we may read your comments out the next episode. Just to let you know that we appreciate you guys that watch the rerun who can't be with us live. We will do that.
Ranting and raving is per usual. Yeah, but this time it was even fueled more by the fact I'm sick and tired of everybody out there in tobacco control and in the regulatory sphere, and even the vaping advocates accepting the framework that it's all about the kids. Bullshit.
Yeah.
It's about us adults that are literally dying of misinformation. When we don't get the truth out there, and this is something that, I thought about I watched Brent Stafford. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but he did an episode and he interviewed Clive Bates and he interviewed one of the nurses from the UK when they made the announcement that they start to swap the stop program. 1 million vapors are going to be getting, disposable starter kits, and 1 in 5 smokers is the goal for them. But here's what's going to cause that program to not achieve its full potential. Misinformation in the United States, and especially now with Australia adopting this ridiculous prescription model, doesn't stay within the countries where this crap happens. The people in the UK, the smokers in the UK, see this bullshit, see the same Avali rerun stories that have already been disproven millions of times. And they are going to second guess whether they should listen to their government and take a vape starter kit and try it. When UK is the only country that advocates the safety of e-cigarettes and vaping products.
I mean, don't get me.
Who's going to win these people over?
Yeah, don't get us wrong. I mean, with the UK being very pro-vaping at this moment in time, there's still a lot of negativity that comes through as well. We still get a lot of negative news. We still get a lot of scaremongering news. The press jump on this shit all the time. But, generally, we're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're doing obviously better than a lot of other places. That's all I can say.
What pisses me off is The Guardian. The Guardian used to be considered, in my book, a respectable, reputable website that tells stories. Yeah, I know that they, like all news media out there, have a propensity for fear-mongering stories because naturally it gets more clicks, more ad revenue. Why write good stories that people don't click on when you can write something that scares the shit out of somebody and then you read the story and go, oh, it's not that bad. But it's still contributing to the misinformation out there.
It's not that the media kind of jump on all the negative stories. I mean, I think I mentioned to you a few weeks ago, we've got like our breakfast TV, BBC Breakfast Time Teas Breakfast, basically a news program in the morning. And they ran a story running negativity on vaping. They were talking with the fucking underage vaping and all the fucking bullshit and saying that there's chemicals and all this shit. And you're thinking, fucking piss off. You're in the UK, you've got the Royal College of Physicians that's fucking doing all the research, and you're sitting there fucking protastinating fucking bullshit to the national television. Come on. Really? Yet we're a country that's embracing it. You know what I mean? So it's not.
You have the right framework. You have the right resources. You have the right motivation. You have it absent of pharmaceutical and drug company interests, and you have it absent of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and the Truth Initiative and all this other propaganda machines that are out there and the body part organizations. Your doctors have recognized that this is a fraction of the harm of smoking. The best thing that you could do is convert every smoker that is willing to try it to vaping. The scientific studies prove out there that if you pick up a vape and you consistently use it, you will eventually quit smoking because it will eventually stop tasting good when you compare it to the flavorful experiences of these vapes.
That's the ironic thing. I mean, a lot of the research and information and studies have come from us in the UK. Royal College of Physicians, who have been going since fucking the dawn of time, basically, since man was bringing, intellectual type of thing, and yet you're sitting there and they're sitting there like binning all the work in the same country, like, go to get to fact, you know what I mean? Come on. Check your facts. Don't check off the fucking bullshit. Check your facts.
No, they're spit and repeat. You find a scaremongering story, you got to one-up it. Get one more scary tidbit in there or one other comparison that has nothing to do with the story, but makes people go, oh, wow, that's realistic. You can get vapes that blow up. You know what? You can get cell phones and laptops that blow up, too. We don't hear about them.
I get I get we've got problems with underage vaping. I get we've got problems with the legal vape devices. I get, but so is everybody else. You know what I mean? We've all. It's going to be around forever. You know, it's like you said with teenagers. They do what they want to do. They'll smoke. They'll drink. They're trying stuff out to see if they're going to like it or hate it. You know, it's part of growing up. We've all done it. So
yeah. Well, the part that irritates me the most. And this is all science-based. The metabolism of nicotine is no different than the metabolism of caffeine as long as the nicotine is divorced from combustion.
Yeah.
That's why nicotine patches, gums, and sprays are in the bottom shelf located at every grocery store in the United States.
Just out of curiosity,
The
I've never
pharmaceutical
looked into it, but I was going to ask you this question. I've never looked into it myself, but I think I should. Is how much nicotine is in a cigarette, would you say? Or do you know?
There's like 20 some milligrams per cigarette or something, 20, 25, 28, something like that. However, in the process of combustion and the filtration that's on the butt of the cigarette and everything else, what ends up happening, there's a scientific study that was done a long time ago, probably 10, 15 years ago when vaping was first came out. And they looked at the nicotine or the contine blood concentration for smokers and for vapors. And they literally listed, and it was a video I watched on YouTube a long time ago, but they literally looked at the blood concentration of nicotine. And regardless of what cigarette, whether it's a light, an ultralight, or full Camel, or non-filtered, the blood concentration that smokers achieve is going for the same basic thing. The fastest and quickest, most readily absorbed nicotine comes from a combustible tobacco cigarette.
Yeah.
You can try sprays and stuff, but that is even slower buildup of nicotine. And then you tend to overshoot, and then you get a nick buzz, and then there's no pleasurable aspect to it. Or then you have vapes, and they actually had like 4 different actual products listed as part of the study. And one of them was like an Inikin device from back in the day. And that was the closest resemblance of nicotine uptake in the bloodstream to match what a cigarette smoker would do. But obviously, without all the harm. 95% less harmful. There's no 7,000 carcinogens in there or toxins and 70 carcinogens. You're literally, what's the risk of vaping? The formaldehyde if you overheat the thing and you crust up your coils and keep vaping.
Like I said,
But
it was just a question that's popped up because obviously as a vapor, you can control the amount of nicotine you take. Whether it be 3, 6, 9, whatever. When a cigarette, you can't. That whatever that cigarette is, you've got it.
And you get trained and acclimated to getting the same type of dose and the same spike all the time. So you need, if you want to quit smoking, you need something that's, number one, going to give you a close approximation of the blood intake of nicotine to satisfy the physiological craving that you have, and as well as the psychological craving. And number two, and this is why I flipped out about that flavor thing, saying you don't need to have flavors the first week you quit smoking. It doesn't change how successful the product is.
You do.
Is bullshit, because that's what it all comes down to. Every single vapor out there eventually searches for their all-day vape. Why? Because they want the flavor profile that excites them the most. One that they can literally consume and enjoy every single day and still enjoy it a year from now, if that's the only thing they ever had. But see, the Puritans want to frame it as in, well, you got to quit. Yeah, you want to vape? Okay, vape, but you got to quit. Whether it be a year or 6 months or 5 years, you have to quit or you're still a smoker. Shove it up your ass. I'm tired of you guys framing the situation to be more than what it needs to be. You don't see people out there banning coffee that has the same harm potential as nicotine divorced from combustion. Let's keep facts facts if we're going to follow the science.
I can kind of see that. I mean, obviously some people, vape to quit smoking and they do eventually quit vaping, and that's fucking brilliant, that's fantastic. But there's some people like ourselves who still need that little bit of nicotine to get us through our fucking day, basically. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tim B. And then that's when it becomes a hobby. You know what I mean? So.
Tim B wants to know, do you guys have an all-day vape? And for how long was it your all-day vape?
Oh, God.
What was it for you?
Cherry Cake Dodgers by Butter Vapes. And also, I've still got a little bit of this left. Yellow Mess by Butter Vapes. These were my commercial liquids. These were my go-to commercial liquids. Absolutely. I still love them to this day. If I ever pass me the brick and mortar and they've got them in, I will pick them up because they are absolutely fantastic flavor. I mean, they are Max VG, which I'm kind of liking a bit of Max VG now and then, but these for the flavor and everything, they're absolutely fantastic. But that's who mine was. Yellow Mess by Butter Vapes or Cherry Cake Dodgers by Butter Vapes. They are still to this day, if I can get my hands on them, my all-day vape. Easy.
For me, what I quit smoking with was candy cane. However, the company's no longer in operation. I still like that flavor profile. And the one that I had from Flavors this Christmas was fantastic. If I could get that today, I would still buy that today as an all-day vape. However, I eventually moved on. And Salty Man Purple Rain was my all-day vape for a long time. However, unlike most people, it eventually wore off and no longer is my desired all-day vape. If I've got a couple bottles here that I bought when they were on sale, when they were going out of business, but didn't go out of business, but they went out of business. Anyway, long story short, I've got a couple bottles sitting around here, and every once in a while I open them up and I try vaping them. I just don't enjoy it. It's not something I can make an all-day vape anymore. Matter of fact, when they filed for PMTAs and they cut their flavors back, the parent company that made Salty Man Purple Rain Soulless filed for a grape flavor and obviously was rejected. But even that doesn't satisfy me anymore. So then it became Keep It 100 OG Blue. Not the ones that are tropical or any of that other fancy ones, just the original OG Blue. Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy. That was an all-day vape and it can still be today. If I had a chance, like when I'm out camping or if I go on vacation somewhere, I will buy a bottle of that just to re-experience how good of a flavor that is. And eventually I'd like to have a DIY liquid that actually matches it 100%. I've come close, but there's still something in there. And then somebody suggested, a couple people actually, said that they might add a little cranberry to that to augment the Blue Raspberry Cotton Candy and give you that curiosity note that we always seek in an all-day vape.
But, I mean, adding to that, that's me commercial juice. That would be me commercial juice. But at this moment in time for making juices, I'm still experimenting. I'm still out in the park. I mean, it's just Alex has said we get a lot of stuff from Flavors in Australia, and at the moment, everything I've had off him so far, I could actually use as an all-day vape because they're that good. You know what I mean? So, as a commercial, the Butter Vapes is me commercial juices. Them's me go-tos if I can get my hand. But as regards to Mixin and obviously stuff that Alex has sent us as well, I mean, I could probably I could literally all day vape anything that has come from Flavors or Alex because they're all that good, and it's a hard decision to make, but in a way that's a good thing because I was blinkered. I like custard. I still do like custard, don't get us wrong, but anything that wasn't a custard, I didn't want to know. But since I came on here with Alex and all that stuff, he's broadened me palate type of thing. He said, try this, try that, do this, do that, do that. And now it's like, fuck me, what's me all day?
I took the crutches and kicked them out from underneath you and says, you don't need an all-day vape anymore because there's so many flavor potentials out there. You could have 10 all-day vapes, and unless you try something, you'll never find the other ones that you thought never existed. And Mallory Gates just points that out. She doesn't have an all-day vape, but maybe she's making somebody else's all-day vape because now she likes too many flavors. But the one that she knows the best is her butter pecan recipe, which I've made myself, and it's very simple. People look at it and go, oh, it's just butter, pecan, and crust. But you know what? When you got something just like this peach lemonade, it's only two ingredients and a little sweetener. But man, when you nail the basic flavor profiles, you don't need a 15 ingredient recipe to complicate things to create an actual relatable experience. Like eating pecan pie.
You've hit the nail. Like I said before I came on, on the show here, like I said, I was very blinkered. I knew what I liked. I knew the profile I liked. I knew what. But obviously now, the blinkers are off, and I've tried flavors that I would never even imagined I would do it. I think, nah.
Like who the hell would want to vape that? And then you taste it and it's like, oh, I do.
Wow. Yeah, that's the beauty of mixing your own. It just opens your world up to another world. You still have your backup vape, you still have your all-day vape. Yeah, that's fine. I do. Like I said with the commercials. But when you come into a show like this, or somebody that's a mixer and they can educate you and show you. And they'll give you flavors, and you think, even manufacturers.
It's a whole new world you never even thought was possible. You thought, I got my all-day vape, I got my all-day device that I love the best.
Yep.
The OXBAR arbiter and my Dove Poet, and I take that, and I have my all-day vape. I'll be happy. You don't need it. There are hundreds of devices out there that are just as good as your all-day vape. There's hundreds of liquids out there that are just as good as your all-day vape. You just haven't found them yet.
Yeah, definitely. You've hit the nail on the head. It's opened a new world. Like I thought, I was a fuddy-duddy. I'll stick to that. I'll be fine. I'm happy with that. And you won't hold you. Plus, you've got to remember as well, all the vaping devices now. I mean, they're phenomenal for flavor and whatever. It's that's like another thing I want to touch on is as a reviewer. When you're getting all these modern devices, it's very fucking hard to put a negative on them. Most people are very picky, like say, oh, the drip tip's not my cup of tea. But the device itself, they're very, very hard to pick a fault with now because they're that good. And if you've got a juice, if you've got a juice that you like that goes in there, you just can't fault it.
Yep. And like Tim B says, I'm in the same boat. I've got over 400 flavors now. And matter of fact, it's probably 90% of them I haven't single flavor tested. I've used probably 50% of them in recipes, but it's going to take me forever to get to be like where Darren's at. Darren can sit there and look at somebody's recipe and go, I can make that even better, and here's how I do it. Yeah. And he would sit down and within 5 minutes come out with a recipe using flavorings that he knows like the back of his hand, and adjust the percentages up or down and add this missing, tie between the custard and the cream to make it actually give you the right mouthfeel of like a Boston cream that no single flavor can do.
He's an absolute genius when it comes to
takes experience.
He's definitely opened my eyes. He's an absolute genius, and kudos to you, sir, if you watch the rerun. Absolutely brilliant.
And to be honest with you, if you want to go and look at things from a corporate perspective, there are plenty of flavor houses out there that have the cast numbers. That's what it is. I couldn't think of it earlier. They have the cast numbers for all the different flavoring companies. One thing that we fight as a DIYer is we don't know which one of our flavorings already have some sweetener in it. And if they do have some sweetener in it, what are they using? Is it ethyl maltol? Is it xylitol? Is it neotame? What are they using in there to make a sweet strawberry sweet instead of this? That's something that these big companies eventually get to, where they get the cast numbers from the suppliers when they order and make their flavorings, and they know to avoid these two flavorings as a like New York cheesecake. You can't, there's only so many New York cheesecakes in the base of a flavor. And they know which ones have the same cast numbers. And the last thing you want to do is overpower a recipe, because like when you use too much ethyl maltol, it'll just mute your recipe. You only reach so much sweetness from ethyl maltol. If you want more sweetness than what that can do by itself, you need to put a little of the super sweet in there. And if that's still not enough, then you got to look at extra sweet, which is Neotame, put out by Capella, or one of the other sweeteners that are available. It takes time.
The guy's a genius. That's, I mean, like I say, I take my hat off the guy, because like everything I've tried so far, even some of the flavor profiles I've thought, don't fancy that, like, but you know, when you give it a go and you're like, wow.
And not every vapor needs to get into DIY. If you have ready access to, you know, commercial liquids, by all means, go out and buy it. If you know it doesn't affect your pocketbook, be my guest.
No,
but eventually, all of us have this as a hobby now, and it's like, what can I expand my potential with?
I think DIY is like the next step, like you would do with vaping. I think it's a journey. You know, you start vaping, you know, you buy a starter kit. You might even start with a fucking disposable. You might start with a pod. You might start with this, and you may move on to a, you know, a rebuildable kit. Blah blah. It's the same with juices. You'll start with a certain juice from a certain supplier or a certain bricks and mortar. You'll get that juice from the time. Then you'll move on. Then you come across DIY, and you think, why have I not done this before? It's a progression. Whether you want to go that far is entirely up to you. Whether you're happy with a commercial juice, it's entirely, at the end of the day, as long as you keep on vaping and stay off the cigarettes. That's the whole point of it. Doesn't matter what you vape, how you vape, you know, that's the point.
Or how long you vape, you will never, ever come close to the damage you would have done if you kept on smoking. And that's why I think that, you know, vape should be more accessible, like in the UK. Yeah, like I said, you know, I posted on somebody's reply on something about, you know, he said some bullshit, and they're basically just regurgitating the same crap in support of Australia's double downing on prohibition. And I replied to them, I'm like, first off, you don't need a prescription to vape in the UK. It's readily available. And number two, the UK model of tobacco harm reduction is the fact that you need to make vapes cheaper and more readily available than cigarettes. And like I said, the UK is the only country where you can get on Amazon and order a freaking vape starter kit. Go down your corner shop, pick up your nicotine, and you're good. You don't ever have to smoke again.
I do have a gripe with Amazon.
That simple.
Because obviously, I do have a bit of a gripe with Amazon, because obviously I am now like a driver for them through a subcontract. And we do get age verification deliveries where somebody's got to prove they're over 18, which, you know, it could be alcohol, whatever. And I come across a guy, he was over 18, all that stuff. He said, oh yeah, it's a vape device. I went, oh, all right. But it was an illegal vape device. It was a 6,000 puff, you know, disposable.
Yep. Because you know what? As long as they institute laws that are tighter than what the public can tolerate, the public will ignore those ridiculous laws and do what the fuck they want to do anyway. That's why the black markets pop up the way they do. And getting back to Space Turtle said here, before we get too far into it.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Kenny.
No, that's fine.
He says he wants more mixers to embrace green tea. Listen, when I first mixed up green tea, I did a single flavor test here when I first got the thing, and I'm like, oh my God, that's horrible. But when you put this green tea and you let it sit there for a couple of weeks and you come back to it and it's fully reached equilibrium in that solution, holy shit, is that a good green tea? And if you took that and add a little honey and a little bit of lemon to it, just like you would a natural green tea, you can create an amazing vape. But you got to find the right balance, and that takes time.
Earl Grey, that's what you want to stick with. That's my tea, an Earl Grey. Bollocks for all that shit.
I've got some black tea flavoring here. I can make you a nice Earl Grey tea.
Good old Earl Grey tea, that's what you want. I've never been a fan of flavoured teas. I like my old good old Earl Grey. Now the old good old tea bag, Yorkshire tea bag, you dunk in your cup, and wow, that's my cup of tea.
That's like some people out there are strictly black coffee drinkers. They don't want to have any of this frou-frou foam or any of this fancy cream. They just want a nice, sharp, dark black coffee.
I'll be honest, like when you go to these coffee machines, you know, the coffee machines you get, and you've got the lattes and all that stuff. I still just like a basic coffee. I kind of get away with these lattes and stuff. I like it just a basic flat white, lots of sugar in. I mean, I'm a happy bunny.
I don't want sugar in my coffee. I just want the bare minimum. Whatever comes in my creamer is more than enough sweetness for me in my coffee.
Oh no, I'm gonna have sugar in my coffee. I take tea with no sugar and milk, but I take coffee with 2 sugars and milk. Work that one out.
See, now around the holidays when we used to go visit, like, you know, our godmother or godfather or my brother or sister's godmother, godfather, they used to be, you know, different coffee drinkers, because coffee is just like, you know, vaping. You have your own intricacies on what you like and don't like. Some people despise instant coffee. And then there's places and countries and people that love instant coffee. They love the simplicity of it. They love how, you know, simple the flavor is of it. And they don't want, you know, Starbucks.
That's me. That's me. Instant coffee all. I mean, I do like me brands. I do like. I'm not promoting. I do like Nash coffee. I do like their coffee, but some of the cheaper brands are disgusting. But I like instant coffee. But we've got them pod machines, which the wife absolutely loves.
That's what we use, the Keurig.
Yeah,
changed my life.
I still go for a basic coffee out of them, though. I don't like it.
I have it on an auto ship. Every 6 weeks, I get a case of coffee, 80 pods, and that gets me through 6 weeks. I got one coming Thursday. I probably have a dozen pods left in the box from last time I got it.
I think the only one I push out on's a latte. I don't mind a latte now and then. But basically, I'm just a straight coffee guy. No fucking frills. Just milk, sugar, happy body.
Yeah, like I said, when we went and visited relatives and, you know, godfather, godmother, they used to make their instant coffee and they would load it with cream and sugar. I would enjoy that while I was there, but I wouldn't want that every day.
No.
And, you know, my wife and my daughter love Starbucks and they love the big fancy things. And I'm like, listen, I don't want a latte. I want a cappuccino, but I don't want half a cup of air. Yeah. Well, that's what a cappuccino is. No, that's not what a cappuccino is. If I'm paying $8 for a freaking cup of coffee, I want that thing to the top. You can take your foam and shove it out the window. I don't want it.
Yeah, by the time the foam goes, bump you with half a cup.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Starbucks can keep the foam. For $8, I want a full cup of coffee. Or I'm not paying $8 for a cup of coffee.
I'm not a huge coffee drinker now. What I used to be, I like a coffee in the morning. I think that's my wake up drink. When I wake up, I have a cup of coffee. I think that's fabulous. But after that, I'll drink tea all day. It's just weird.
I get in moods like that where that's what I drink. Normally it's when I'm sick, but there's times where I want to take a break from coffee and I jump to tea. And unlike you, it's not an Earl Grey. It's not a dark tea. It's either a green tea or a lemongrass tea or something like that. I've always preferred the lemon and the honey in my teas.
Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that, but I think I just may have been brought up. You know, a cup of tea. I mean, in the olden days, it was tea leaves. You know, you hide them in the teapot and you let it stew, and it'd come out.
Yeah,
like,
and you had the little stainless steel ball or aluminum ball that had all the holes pierced in it. You just put the tea in there and you let it sit in there, drop it in there, come back 10, 15 minutes later and
fantastic.
bin it and drink.
Lovely stuff.
I'm not opposed. Like if I came to your house and you brought me a cup of Earl Grey, I would drink it the same way you made it. Cream, no cream, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'd still offer you, you know, how would you like it? You know, you just got the option.
I would want to experience it how you normally drink it.
I would be
because that's one thing DIY has done for me, is opened up my eyes to the potential of so many different things I would have never thought of experiencing because I was so stuck in my ways. I mean, this is the 3 or 4 meals that we always have and rotate through constantly because that's what we like. Now it's like, my wife looks up on Instagram, what do you want for dinner? I'm like, I don't know. I want something different. So she'll literally go on Instagram and go, hey, you want to try this? She made it wasn't an Alfredo, it was using different kind of cheese, but it was like a cream sauce that she made to go with bow tie noodles and kielbasa. We had that for dinner 2 days ago, and it was fantastic. Matter of fact, we had leftovers because she made a bigger batch of it. Since she would eat the whole box and it was just the 2 of us. We ate that the next day for dinner as leftovers.
Oh, well,
and loved it. It was actually better the second day. It was like chili.
I find that with some meals, you'll have them, then see, I leave it for a day and then it marinates and it's just, wow. I'm into cauliflower cheese at the minute. I love cauliflower cheese for some reason. It's absolutely stunning. 2 cups.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Dusty. Plenty. In the 15 years plus that I ran ambulance, man, did I drink plenty of coffee, and a lot of it was cold. We'd literally make the pot, and if we got a run, we'd shut the coffee machine off, and we'd come back, and if we had a cup on the table, we finished drinking that, and we'd go in, and if the pot was cold, we would drink it until it was empty and make a new pot.
I think that's what we in the UK used to see with a lot of American TV series. They always had a jug of black coffee on the heater, and they always used to grab a big black coffee. I think that's just something that kept you going through the day with that caffeine hit, you're doing a long day's work or something, that's in a big black coffee and wallop,
And if you're a lifelong coffee drinker, eventually gets to the point where the caffeine no longer phases you. I mean, yeah, you get it in the beginning of the morning and the first part of the day, it gives you your day started. But I could drink coffee at 9 o'clock at night and fell asleep at 9:30.
I was like that, it never kind of hit me the way people think it. I could sit there and say, do you want a coffee before I go to bed? And my wife going, no, I didn't want a coffee. I'll have a coffee. And I'd have a coffee before I go to bed. Weird.
Yeah, Dusty Country Road, this is something you definitely point out and bring up, and this is something I've already made bits for that movie I'm talking about making for the other channel. You'd be surprised how many of the foods that we eat actually manipulate our adrenaline and our estrogen and our testosterone levels that we don't even think about. They're sitting there pushing all this alternative milks for us to try, soy and almond milk and cashew milk and stuff. But realistically, they don't ever talk about what that does to our bodies and how men shouldn't drink certain things if they want to maintain their manhood. And they'll never talk about that because as long as they can sell you a little blue pill for $25 a pop, drink all the almond milk and soy milk you can get your hands on is what their philosophy is.
This is the thing, when we were growing up, you never had this, don't eat this, don't eat that. You ate what whatever was put in front of you, you ate it, whether you liked it or not. You know what I mean? There was none of this is not good for you, this is not good for you, and but I think in my day growing up, we cook more fresh produce than what we did now, because obviously now you've got all the processed food, the fast food, the microwave food. Everything was more fresh then, so there wasn't all these things you shouldn't eat that. You ate more fresh veg, you ate more fresh fruit, and that's just the way. People cooked more because there wasn't microwaves then. There wasn't. I think our poshest thing we had was a pressure cooker. You could boil some tatties in 10 minutes instead of 20. It was all fresh then, and you never had none of this crap now. What you get with the processed foods and frozen foods and the microwave foods, it's all crap. And at the end of the day, when you look at it, just cook.
Yeah, and the heart of the matter is, even when I was growing up as a kid, you got fresh food because that's what they grew up eating. So everything was made from scratch, and it didn't take any longer to cook it than it does to cook all the shit we make out of boxes nowadays. Matter of fact, it was healthier for you because you didn't have all the preservative chemicals in the boxes.
But that was an amazing thing, you'd come in from, even at school, you'd come in from a day from school, you'd come from a day from work, and you just smell that home cooking. It was just fabulous. You used to just walk through the door and you just get that waft or whatever that was for your tea that night. You didn't have to ask what was for tea, you just knew what was for tea just because the smell, it was phenomenal. Honestly, it was out of this world. I miss them days, I do. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I really miss them days too. I mean, as my mother's gotten older and she's had heart problems and had to reduce her salt and taking cuts, she doesn't cook like she did when she was younger. The food's not as flavorful, and like it's all no fat and salt and all this other has been eliminated from it. So it's like when she makes chicken paprikash or something, it's like, listen, let me take over. I've watched you make it enough times. Let me make it so that it's at least tolerable,
Well,
seasoning wise.
My mom's now lactose intolerant, so she's she doesn't drink milk. She drinks goat's milk and all that stuff now, and it's absolutely disgusting. I'm thinking, Christ Almighty, what is that? You gotta consume that. You know what I mean?
Coconut milk, and how about turtle milk? Or for the Irish, potato milk.
Potato milk, I've heard of that. It's fine.
I got a bottle of potato milk right here.
That's basically potatoes, isn't it?
That's why I love Polish vodka and Russian vodka, because it's made from potatoes.
Yeah, pretty much. Bloody hell, my battery's running low on this already. I'm going to have to switch me.
Yes, sir, because we have exceeded the 4-hour mark. We're coming on 4 hours and 15 minutes. So unfortunately, I think we need to wrap it up. And talking about odorific experiences, my dogs, I think, need to go out.
Good.
So,
Hey, we've had a good one today. It's flew over again, as always.
It's been fantastic. And I got it out of my system. I got to talk about, the consequences of misinformation out there, and how we need to reach more people our age with our firsthand experience and the success of vaping to quit smoking.
Some things have got to be said at the end of the day. You know what I mean? It's you've got to get off your chest, basically. Rant or no rant, it's still making a point, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yep. And no amount of Bloomberg bucks is ever going to be able to overcome the 82 million firsthand experiences of ex-smokers that no longer ever need to pick up a cigarette again.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. Exactly.
So my wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape. That wraps it up. I'll see y'all next week. Same time, same place.
Yeah. Again, guys, thank you to all you guys in chat. Brilliant as always. You make the show what it is. Again, thanks to Alex for having us. A big shout out to Darren, Flavors Australia. He does support the show. He gives us good suggestions, good flavors, all that kind of stuff. So a big shout out to Darren. But again, as always, guys, absolutely, kudos to you all, and thank you again for joining us. So until this same time, same place next week, you all stay safe, vape safe. We'll see you all then. Take care now. Bye.
Love you all. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
It's getting old, I've heard your stories told 1,000 times. Baby, you are using the same old lines. I'll leave it all behind. I wasted too much time, I've been blind. 'Cause there's no fixing what's been broken. This ain't the first time I'll be drinking you off my mind. Walking down the street, the rain is pouring down. By my feet I walk into a different sound. I'll leave the bitter taste of love come back, I'm finally free. In the mirror I can see a different